Chapter 79. Feng Xiang rarely left the Feng people. Although she had powerful martial arts skills, how could she be compared to Nian Bing in terms of scheming? Thinking of the elder's orders to kill Nian Bing at all costs, the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Without waiting for Nian Bing to say another reason, she immediately rushed forward. The long sword in her hand brought along a red shadow as it wrapped around Nian Bing's waist. The scorching hot air caused the surrounding vegetation to dry up. Nian Bing's figure suddenly swayed to the left and appeared on the right in the blink of an eye. He miraculously dodged Feng Xiang's attack. Golden light and green light flashed at the same time. The proud heaven blade and the holy radiance blade appeared in his hands. Strangely, he did not use these two treasure blades. Instead, he stabbed them into the ground in front of him. The light flashed again, and the morning dew blade and the righteous yang blade appeared in his hands. This series of actions was completed in the time of 2 breaths. Looking at Feng Xiang, who obviously did not expect that he could dodge the attack, Nian Bing said indifferently, "Miss Feng Xiang is really impatient. You didn't listen to what I had to say before attacking? The other reason is very simple. It is because you are the only one who came to kill me. If the 2 Feng people's elders were here, there is no doubt that I would die. However, even if you're the only one, it doesn't mean that you can kill me." It turned out that when he realized that the opponent was not Feng Nu, Nian Bing was talking to Feng Xiang while releasing his spiritual power. After this period of cultivation, his spiritual power had greatly increased, especially his sharp observation skills. Even if it was Garamandes, once he came within 10 meters of his body, he could easily detect him. After careful investigation, Nian Bing discovered that the only person who came to kill him was Feng Xiang. The 2 elders were not here. This discovery, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. There was only Feng Xiang. Although he didn't have absolute confidence, there was always a chance. Feng Xiang was indeed the only one who came to assassinate Nian Bing. The Feng people were similar to the dragons in that they were also a proud race. As a proud member of the Feng people, Feng Su didn't see anything strong about Nian Bing and thought that Feng Xiang could easily complete the mission. Nian Bing's guess was right. The Feng people wouldn't allow someone who could threaten the phoenix of hope to exist. The Feng people could not afford any more losses. If the hope phoenix that he had painstakingly nurtured was once again seduced by a human, that would be a devastating blow to the Feng people. Feng Xiang said proudly, "Brad, don't think that you won't die just because you've practiced martial arts for a few days. That's right. I'm the only one here to kill you today, but that's enough. Watch out for my sword." The sword in his hand glowed with a bright red light. He stood still and suddenly slashed his sword towards Nian Bing. The red light formed a crescent-shaped slash in the air. This kind of attack that consumed a lot of qi wasn't difficult for Feng Xiang to use. At this moment, Nian Bing was abnormally calm. Although a mage was at a disadvantage when fighting a warrior, it didn't mean that he had no chance. The sigh of the snow goddess pointed forward and a cold light came out of the blade. The condensed mana formed an ice wall in front of Nian Bing. In the next moment, his body moved to the side and he swung the righteous yang blade in his right hand. However, the blade he swung was very strange. It wasn't an attack. The righteous yang blade, known as the god of fire's bite and roar, drew a red triangle in the air. The ice wall wasn't a tier 4 ice wall. This tier 2 ice spell was like paper in front of Feng Xiang's tyrannical 9 abandonment chi. When the red light flashed, the ice wall didn't even have a chance to shatter and melted into water. But at this moment, the red triangle that Nian Bing drew with the righteous yang blade started to spin rapidly. The blade that was originally aimed at Nian Bing suddenly shook and actually slashed towards the red triangle. The red light flashed and a loud sound was heard. A deep gully appeared on the ground, and the blade disappeared. Nian Bing used the righteous yang blade to guide the red triangle that had been slashed by the qi. A large hand burning with raging flames appeared at the red triangle. It was the tier 5 fire spell, Fire God's left hand. The magic's transformation was so miraculous that Feng Xiang forgot to continue attacking. Originally, the Do Chi slash was completely under her control, But at that moment, she suddenly felt a strong suction force pulling her do chi slash to the side. Most of the do chi slash landed on the ground, but about a third of it was still sucked out. That uncomfortable feeling of not being able to use her strength made her involuntarily take a step forward. Feng Xiang was uncomfortable, and so was Nianbing. Under the resonance of their minds, his mind was dizzy, and his handsome face paled. He was now less than 10 feet away from Feng Xiang. With Feng Xiang's cultivation, there was no way she could give him a chance to chant a high-level spell. So, he couldn't help but try out the spell that he had just researched. He didn't expect to actually succeed. The two spells from before had cost him a lot of effort. Just the calculation of the magic elements was already extremely difficult. The purpose of Ice Taboo was not to block the enemy, but to act as a catalyst for the fusion of ice and fire. When the ice was broken, the weak ice element scattered around, and the red triangle drawn by the righteous Yang saber began to rotate under Nian Bing's control. Ice and fire were two different elements. Nian Bing deliberately used the ice element to stimulate the fire element, causing the fire element to go berserk. In the sudden rotation, the berserk flame triangle produced a strong suction force that diverted Feng Xiang's chi slash and absorbed some fire element to replenish itself. The most difficult part of this spell was controlling it. After the ice wall was broken, the scattered ice element couldn't stimulate Feng Xiang's chi slash. Instead, it had to be used on her own flame triangle. Otherwise, not only would the spell fail, it would have the opposite effect. In addition, although the suction force of the flame triangle was somewhat reduced, Feng Xiang's attack was too strong. Under the guidance of her mental strength, Nian Bing's mental strength was greatly impacted. Fortunately, this freak's mental strength was much stronger than a normal magician's. Otherwise, he would have fainted from the impact of the mental strength. Nian Bing understood the saying, "Opportunity knocks but once," and the righteous Yang saber flew out of her hand. Under the control of her mental strength, the Vulcan's left hand grasped the roar of the fire god. Under the effect of the pure fire god stone, the magic system of the Vulcan's left hand was immediately upgraded to level 6. The righteous Yang saber released a flaming blade that looked like a skyscraper. It slashed towards Feng Xiang with a threatening aura. At this time, Feng Xiang realized that she was facing a powerful magician. Her initial underestimation of her opponent was greatly reduced. She soared into the sky with a phoenix cry, and the sword in her hand released a large amount of chi slash towards the Vulcan's left hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nian Bing quickly chanted a spell while controlling the Vulcan's left hand. Great ice element. Condense. Become the ice of the ancient cold river. Become the ice of the moon. The fusion of ice and ice appear. Dual color ice sphere. With the sigh of the snow goddess, the ice element condensed at an extremely fast speed. The yellow light continued to condense in front of Nianbing. The dual color ice sphere, a level 6 spell, was completed in an extremely short time. At this time, the righteous Yang saber controlled by the Vulcan's left hand had also clashed with Feng Xiang. Nianbing's control of magic was very skillful. She knew that Feng Xiang's chi slash was overbearing. When the righteous Yang saber clashed with Feng Xiang's chi slash, the Vulcan's left hand suddenly flashed to the side. The flames on the righteous Yang saber instantly disappeared and slid past the chi slash on Feng Xiang's sword. The flames reappeared and swept towards Feng Xiang's lower body. In this crisis, Nianbing no longer cared about the difference between men and women. However, his attack completely enraged Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang's face was flushed red. Her beautiful eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Her delicate body twisted strangely in the air, and the sword in her hand transformed into countless sword shadows that swept towards the Vulcan's left hand. With a boom, the Vulcan's left hand that had been upgraded to level 6 was forcibly twisted into a rain of light by Feng Xiang. The explosion of a level 6 spell was actually unable to push her back a single step. However, she didn't completely have the upper hand. The righteous Yang saber's sharpness was something she didn't expect. In the instant that her chi burst forth, The righteous Yang saber had already chopped off a section of her sword, drawing an arc in the air as it flew back towards Nianbing. At this moment, Feng Xiang's heart was filled with a strong desire to kill. She chased after the righteous Yang saber and rushed towards Nianbing. The power of the broken section of her sword didn't decrease in the slightest. She waved her sword in the air like a phoenix. As a magician, the most important thing was to remain calm. On this point, Nianbing did very well. When Feng Xiang rushed towards him with the righteous Yang saber, his dual ice sphere had already been completed. With a flip of his hand, he merged the sai of the frozen goddess into one. The short blade was like a thorn in the dual ice sphere. Nianbing used both hands to guide the dual ice sphere, and the dual ice sphere immediately flew out in a violent rotation. With the sai of the frozen goddess as the core of the spell, the dual ice sphere, like the Vulcan's left hand, was upgraded by a level. A level 7 spell contained a peerless blade. Nianbing gave the spell a very good name, Strangulation Ice Sphere. Almost at the same moment that the dual ice sphere rushed forward, Feng Xiang had already attacked with her enormous 9 abandonment chi. With a loud boom, the Strangulation Ice Sphere followed in the footsteps of the Vulcan's left hand, turning into a rain of ice that filled the sky. The Morning Dew dagger flew high into the air as it spun, falling towards Nianbing. Nianbing's whole body shook, and he took a step back. His mind was confused, but he knew that he couldn't be the slightest bit careless at this time. Otherwise, his life would definitely end. He patted his head hard and pulled out the righteous Yang saber that had fallen in front of him. In the explosion of magic and Do Qi, Feng Xiang wasn't as relaxed as before. A level 7 spell was already much stronger than a level 6 spell, and in addition, the dual ice sphere was originally a condensed solid ice. In terms of impact and hardness, it wasn't something that the Vulcan's left hand could compare to. Although she used her Do Qi to break this spell, her body was greatly shaken. When the dual ice sphere collided with her Do Qi, it spun rapidly. Under the powerful control of Nianbing's spiritual power, the Morning Dew dagger that was fused into the dual ice sphere naturally took care of Feng Xiang. Fortunately, Feng Xiang had noticed Nianbing's movements when she rushed over. With the righteous Yang saber as an example, she wasn't confused by the dual ice sphere and injured by the Morning Dew dagger. Even so, the phenolic longsword in her hand had already been twisted into pieces. Feng Xiang's body that was originally charging forward flew backwards. The sai of the snow goddess transmitted a sharp, cold air current that clashed with the 9 abandonment Do Qi in her body, causing Feng Xiang's expression to change greatly. She fell to the ground on one knee, panting heavily. She desperately controlled the 9 abandonment Do Qi to counterattack, and only then did she gradually force the extreme cold air out of her body. However, the internal injuries that she had suffered in the afternoon showed signs of restlessness. After all, among the 4 people of Feng People's group, her injuries were the most serious. Only with the help of the 2 elders had she recovered by 70%. Now that her Do Qi had been depleted and the magic had invaded her body, the suppressed injuries were showing signs of erupting once again. Generally speaking, mages had very strong beliefs. In this aspect, Nianbing was especially attentive. Seeing that Feng Xiang had been forced back, she immediately caught the Morning Dew dagger that was falling from the sky. Suppressing the dizziness, she chanted an incantation. Ice, you are the representation of cold. Fire, you're the source of scorching heat. The aura of ice and fire. Please allow me to fuse your characteristics. With your common source as a guide, resonate. Light humming sounds sounded from the roar of the god of fire and the sigh of the snow goddess at the same time. In the flickering light, the aura that had been suppressed by the 2 peerless divine blades was completely released, dyeing both sides of Nianbing's body red and blue respectively. They each drew a triangle, and the red and blue intertwined to form a magical hexagram switch. Surging magical aura quickly revolved around Nianbing. With the common source of ice and fire as a guide, all kinds of magical elements quickly condensed around Nianbing's body. Faintly, a 7-colored light could be seen. Unfortunately, Nian Bing could only control 4 types of magical elements. After all, without a top-grade magical blade, even Nian Bing, who had the common source of ice and fire, couldn't use the dragon's mimicry special skill. Wind of Freedom, you are gentle and soft. When facing friends, you are as warm as the spring breeze. When facing enemies, you are as cold as the winter sun. Please lend me your extreme cold. The wind, however, was here. The green light of the proud heaven blade instantly rose. The green light of the blade broke through the bindings and soared into the sky. The wind of freedom's soft cries caused the aura of the wind to change from gentle to rapid, causing the vegetation in the forest to violently sway. Proud and aloof ice. Coldness is your character. Hardness is your aura. Please fuse your coldness and hardness and transform them into an indestructible sharp blade. The blue light condensed in the rapid wind, transforming into solid sharp blades. These weren't second-rank ice blades, but real ice blades. The solid ice blades flickered with an austere radiance. The 7th-rank ice shattering rain was continuously forming. The wind became stronger and stronger, and the number of ice blades continued to increase. They filled the air, and under the sunlight, these unmeltable ice swayed with the wind. Feng Xiang had just forced the cold air out of her body. As she felt the changes in nature, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in her heart. She could faintly feel that the magic that Nian Bing was completing was not something that she could resist. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she suppressed the internal injuries caused by the cold air. Resonant phoenix cries continuously sounded from her mouth, and the extinguished flames were reignited. The color of the flames gradually changed from red to gold. This was the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the phoenix flames. Nian Bing's eyes were still cold. Condensing enough magical elements, he began the final chant of this magic. Wind and ice, you both possess the aura of nature. Your teacher is a part of nature. Using the same origin of ice and fire as a guide, erupt, hurricane, ice rain technique. 2 crisp clangs rang out. The sigh of the snow goddess and the howl of the wind of freedom floated in front of Nian Bing amidst the brilliance of the red and blue hexagram. The wind changed, becoming so berserk. The aura of ice and the wind fused together, just like a biting cold current in the winter. The ice spikes, which were only 3 inches long, but were exceptionally solid, unceasingly weaved and swayed in the wind. Like hail, they were swept into the vast sky by the wind. A cold glint flashed in Nian Bing's eyes. The ice blades in the wind were like a part of his body, sweeping towards Feng Xiang, who was more than 10 zhang away. At this very moment, Nian Bing's body seemed to have completely fused with nature. Under the contrast of the 4 colors of the 4 magic blades, he appeared so calm and harmonious. The proud heaven blade and morning dew dagger floating in the air were completely displayed. Although this fusion of ice and wind magic was only at the 7th step, but under the almost perfect fusion of Nian Bing, it actually erupted with the might of spell at the 9th step. Feng Xiang's biggest mistake was to give Nian Bing the opportunity to chant a powerful spell. After entering the realm of Archmage, although he had just reached it, he could already use spells at the 7th step. For ice and fire, he could even barely use single-target spells at the 8th step. Facing such a mage, if he had the time to chant an incantation, it would be very difficult for a warrior at the level of a pugilist to win. If Feng Xiang was at her peak state, perhaps she could give it a try, but the injuries in her body made it impossible for her to display her full strength. Moreover, due to Nian Bing's strong control over magic, the Hurricane Ice Rain, which was clearly a group spell, could be used as a single-target spell in his hands. It was just like the blizzard from before. It was just that its might was much stronger than the blizzard. The wind carried the ice, rushing down from all directions. They only had one target. That was Feng Xiang, burning with golden phoenix flames. Those ice spikes shot out directly. Under the effect of the rotation of the wind, their might was so great that even Nian Bing himself did not expect it. Feng Xiang let out a resonant phoenix cry. She raised her hands, and the phoenix flames were propped up by her to form a golden flame boundary. The ice spikes at the beginning of the attack rushed into the flames and melted. But it was very obvious that these ice spikes, which were condensed with many ice elements, were not so easy to deal with. Although they were melted by the flames, with every ice spike that melted, Feng Xiang's phoenix flames would weaken a little. She did not even have the chance to escape now. Looking at the ice spikes that covered the sky, Feng Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a look of despair. The cold light in Yin Bing's eyes suddenly weakened a little. With a wave of his right hand, the powerful impact of the spell suddenly changed direction under his control. At this moment, the phoenix flames surrounding Feng Xiang's body were only burning on the surface of her skin. Through the golden flames, one could faintly see her pale and despairing face. Under Nian Bing's control, the hurricane ice rain swept a circle and became more condensed. Just as Nian Bing was thinking of how to deal with this powerful spell, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without any hesitation, the hurricane ice rain suddenly attacked behind him. The huge hurricane swept past, and he himself quickly rushed forward a few steps before turning around. The same golden flames were burning, but this golden flames had a pair of fiery red wings. Elder Feng Kong calmly looked at Nian Bing. Although the hurricane ice rain blocked his path, it was unable to extinguish his phoenix flames in the slightest. Nian Bing sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He was very clear about the gap between him and swordsman, but at this time, he did not have any burden. Running away was impossible. Wasn't racing against swordsmen the same as courting death? Now, he could only take advantage of the time he had to chant the incantation and risk his life. Perhaps he might still have a chance of survival. The hurricane ice rain's attack method suddenly changed. The original forward charge suddenly stopped under Nian Bing's control. The hurricane, with Elder Feng Kong as the center, suddenly blew in all directions. However, it was blowing in a certain direction, and in an instant, it formed a huge tornado. The wind was blowing even more fiercely than before. The tornado carried a rolling cold current, and in addition to the ice spikes that could pierce through metal and stone, it was constantly squeezing and attacking. It trapped Elder Feng Kong within it. Nian Bing did not hesitate. He quickly chanted the incantation, and his eyes shone with a determined light. He remembered something that Garamandes had once said. If you want to become strong, you have to struggle on the edge of death. Running away might allow you to get lucky for a moment, but it was impossible to be lucky for your whole life. All along, Nian Bing had relied on his wisdom to avoid many dangers. However, after hearing Garamandes' words, he gradually understood that if he focused on running away from everything, then he would never be able to become a truly strong person. How could a person who always ran away have the aura of a strong person? And in a battle between true experts, the aura would often determine the direction of victory. At this moment, when there was no chance to run away, Nian Bing finally understood the meaning behind Garamandes' words. At this moment, he secretly vowed that no matter what kind of problem he encountered in the future, he would never run away again. In this kind of situation, as long as he didn't die, the speed of his strength would inevitably increase substantially. He might not necessarily have no chance to contend against the ice goddess. The determination in his heart did not affect the speed of his incantation. On the contrary, his incantation was a bit faster than usual. Amidst the cadence of the incantation, the longsword Holy Glory that was originally inserted into the ground had already arrived in Nian Bing's hands. Surging golden light unceasingly rose under the effect of the incantation. Dazzling rays of light unceasingly emitted from the Holy Glory. Perhaps it felt Nian Bing's indomitable determination. This time, the speed at which the Holy Glory condensed light essence was a lot faster than usual. The surging golden light filled Nian Bing's surroundings with warmth. His heart also became abnormally calm under the effect of the light essence. Nian Bing didn't make the next move, but stared closely at Elder Feng Kong, who was trapped in the ice rain hurricane. The appearance of Elder Feng Kong gave Nian Bing a huge shock, and he also made the decision to fight to the death. But Elder Feng Kong's shock was a lot greater than Yin Bing's. When he woke up, Feng Su had sent Feng Xiang to kill Yin Bing, but he wasn't worried at all. At that time, Feng Su was asking Feng knew everything about Yin Bing, and he wasn't willing to see the kind of scene, and even more so, didn't like that kind of oppressive atmosphere. So he went in the direction of Feng Xiang's return. When Yin Bing used the ice rain hurricane, Feng Kong felt the agitation of the magic essence. And in addition to Feng Xiang's despairing and mournful phoenix cry, he rushed over at his fastest speed, just in time to see the scene of Yin Bing controlling the magic to pass by Feng Xiang's side. Hurricane Ice Rain, a fusion of wind and ice magic, caught Feng Kong off guard. For a moment, although he had already prepared the royal feathers of the second transformation of the phoenix, in the face of a fusion magic of the ninth step, it was very difficult to rush out. After all, the fusion of wind and ice was so perfect. Combining the characteristics of wind and ice, the berserk nature of the wind and the gloomy coldness of the ice posed a great threat to Feng Kong, who had a body of the fire attribute. Adding to that his injuries, wanting to rush out of this fusion magic unscathed wasn't an easy matter. Fusion magic was extremely rare on the continent, and only a few genius mages were capable of it. Moreover, these mages had to have a constitution of 2 elements. He had never expected that this human that Feng knew had secretly fallen in love with would be so powerful. He wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Duke of Blue Feather. The golden light in Yin Bing's hand gradually turned white, and the yang blade ignited with a magnificent flame. Yin Bing bit the tip of his tongue and concentrated his spiritual force to a high degree, quickly chanting an incantation. His voice was very low, but the flames on the yang blade became more and more intense, and the scorching flames continued to merge with the golden light on the holy radiance blade. Yin Bing's incantation was completed, but the process of his magic condensation seemed to be endless. His bright blue eyes had already turned white due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual force and magical force, and the magic aura around his body was unstable. The white light on the holy radiance blade constantly fluctuated like flames, and the light became brighter and brighter. Its brightness seemed to have surpassed the afternoon sun, and the surrounding forest was shining brightly. Under the illumination of this strong light, the plants in the forest were actually growing at a discernible speed, and a strange aura was constantly spreading around Yin Bing's body. Golden flames lit up behind Yin Bing, and that was a scorching aura. Did Yin Bing not feel it? Of course he wouldn't, but he didn't care. That slender figure with the golden flames suddenly crashed into the white light surrounding Yin Bing. She screamed in agony, and her body was sent flying back at twice the speed she had used to charge in. The person who suddenly launched a sneak attack was Feng Xiang, who Yin Bing had let go of earlier. Feng Xiang, who cultivated the 9 abandonment battle energy, had her clothes charred black from the backlash of the flames. Her body suffered a huge impact, and she fainted on the ground in the warmth, completely losing the ability to fight. Yin Bing stood there without moving. At this moment, he only had eyes for Elder Feng people, Feng Kong, who was in the midst of the ice rain hurricane. He was very clear that the real threat was about to arrive. Feng Kong naturally felt Yin Bing's gaze, especially the magic that he was constantly condensing. It actually brought great pressure to Elder Feng Kong, who was in the swordsman realm. Seeing that it was unknown whether Feng Xiang was dead or alive, Feng Kong no longer held back. The golden flames around his body instantly rose, and his whole body became illusory. It was the 3rd transformation of the Phoenix transformation, illusory Phoenix, demonic body. The golden flames transformed into the shape of a phoenix, and it actually flew along with the hurricane. The phoenix's body swallowed the hurricane, and when the flames changed direction and rushed towards Yin Bing, the ice rain hurricane had already completely disappeared, and the wind that was originally blowing had also become quiet. At this moment, the entire forest seemed to have become still. The fire phoenix that was slightly weakened by the ice rain hurricane constantly flashed with Elder Feng Kong's figure and instantly rushed in front of Yin Bing. The golden flames were just like the ice rain hurricane that wrapped around Feng Kong, enveloping Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing moved. In an instant, he abandoned the righteous Yang blade and held the thick handle of the holy radiance blade with both hands. With the belt on his back, with the belt on his back, with the arm on his back, and with the arm on his hand, his whole body seemed to be moving along with the holy radiance blade. Countless indiscernible blade shadows constantly flickered in the air. Feng Kong, who had transformed into a fire phoenix, suddenly discovered to his horror that the Nian Bing in front of him had actually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by 9 huge dragons that were burning in huge white flames. The 9 huge white dragons were surrounded by flames and pounced towards him from different directions. The pure aura of light and the scorching aura of flames had all reached their limits in an instant. The combination of light and fire formed the holy radiance, which was then displayed with the might of the rain dragon's dance. This was the attack in front of Nian Bing. Fusing magic was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even if it was the same magic, if it was used in different forms and in different ways, the power would be completely different. And the rain dragon's dance in front of him was obviously the best way to display this holy radiance. The 9 huge white dragons were no longer as simple as carving. Under the effect of the holy radiance, its power was definitely not inferior to any martial technique. Only Nian Bing could think of using the carving technique in magic. The golden flames and the white flames rose as they collided with each other. All the plants within a radius of 100 feet were turned into flying ashes. When the light reached its limit, it gradually dimmed. Nian Bing's body was like a broken gunny sack, rubbing out a long gully on the ground. The clothes on his body had completely disappeared. Not even his hair was left. His entire body had been charred black under the effect of the phoenix's flames. Lying there, he was like a piece of charcoal. Feng Kong was indeed injured in the afternoon, but after all, he was a swordsman. Although Nian Bing had used all his potential when he used this last move, the gap between a magic shooter and a swordsman could not be completely made up. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. However, if Nian Bing was still awake now, he would definitely be proud of his achievements. Because, although he was standing, Feng Kong's body was also charred. It was just that his body could still move. Chapter 80. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Feng Kong looked at Nian Bing in the distance and said with some difficulty, "Such a strange magician, such a young and powerful magician. This is the first time I've seen such a strange magician. You were actually able to use 4 types of magic elements to attack me. If you were a little stronger, perhaps the one who would die would be me. Unfortunately, you're still not strong enough. AI, actually I shouldn't have killed you. You're just a Feng Xianggo, I." Speaking up to here, Feng Kong suddenly remembered Feng Xiang who was sent flying by Nian Bing. Shocked, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain coming from his body. With a few flashes, he arrived at the place where Feng Xiang was unconscious. What surprised him the most was that Feng Xiang was actually lying there unscathed. She was not affected by the explosion of the 2 flames. After probing her, he found that although Feng Xiang had fainted, her aura was still stable. There were no signs of her being injured. Feng Kong picked up Feng Xiang from the ground and let out a long sigh. He shook his head helplessly and took a deep look at Nian Bing, who had been charred black. He started to walk slowly towards the depths of the forest. Just as Feng Kong's figure disappeared, a man dressed in red leisurely walked out from behind a big tree in the distance. Although it looked like he was walking very slowly, he only took 2 steps to arrive in front of the charred Nian Bing. He was the Fire Dragon King, Garamandes. Looking at Nian Bing's miserable appearance, Garamandes couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Usually, you're the one who roasts meat for me to eat. I didn't expect that someone else would roast it this time. And it smells so bad. It's not fragrant at all. Your roasted meat is more delicious. You stinking brat, don't pretend to be dead. Get up from me." As he said this, he kicked Nian Bing's waist and sent him flying. A blood-curdling scream came from the charred Nian Bing's mouth. Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, he said in a weak voice, "F*CK, Garamandes, you don't have any F asterisk king sympathy. You were clearly nearby. Why didn't you save me? F asterisk CK, don't think of making me cook for you again. Garamandes pretended to be wronged and said, Who said I was nearby? I just rushed over, and it was already too late for me to make a move. Sigh, can you blame me for this? The pitch-black Nian Bing sat up straight and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anger. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't know? If it wasn't for my luck, I would have been roasted alive. Garamandes chuckled and said, Since you have your own way, why should I help you? Even at the most critical moment, you still had the strength to protect that woman. How could you die? However, I don't understand why you don't fight with all your might under the various circumstances you created. You and that guy from Phone People are basically on par. Why take the risk? Are you so sure that you won't die? Nian Bing snorted and shook off the charcoal on her body, revealing a touch of blue radiance. An ice-cold aura pervaded the air. It was the sigh of the ice goddess, Morning Dew Dagger. Garamandes suddenly said, Good lad, so you relied on it to avoid a calamity. No wonder you were so sure. Nian Bing weakly gasped for breath. Swordsman is really not easy to deal with. I didn't expect that the weakened Elder Feng Kong would still be so fierce in the end. Fortunately, I had a backup plan and prepared the Morning Dew Dagger. Otherwise, I would have definitely died. I'm not a fool. If I didn't have the confidence in the end, I would have definitely used the Cursed Land. I saved Feng Xiang because I didn't want to form a deep enmity with Feng People. For Feng knew I had no choice but to take the risk. It hurts. While speaking, the wounds on her body were affected. Nian Bing's body couldn't help but spasm. Glaring angrily at Garamandes, she said, Don't you have any sympathy? Why aren't you treating me? Garamandes thought deeply for a moment and said, I'm sorry, Nian Bing. I forgot how to use light magic's mimic. Nian Bing angrily said, Bullshit. Did you forget about the light element magic? You don't know how to use the water element magic? I am currently suffering from fire injury. Garamandes still had the same expression, but I also forgot about the water element magic. How about this? I will be a good person and help you. While speaking, he waved his hand, and the holy radiance dagger that had fallen not far away was sucked into his hand. Then he threw it in front of Nian Bing. Heal yourself. Nian Bing wanted to argue, but she already didn't have much strength to speak. Heal herself. If she still had magic power, would she still need him to say it? Gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, she reluctantly gathered the last bit of magic power in her body and applied an ordinary water healing technique. Although the effect was very poor, it was better than nothing. Her mind was dizzy, and the feeling of dizziness was getting stronger and stronger. She wanted to fall asleep on the ground. At this moment, a scorching hot air entered her body, causing her body to tremble. Garamandes's deep voice sounded, Nian Bing, if you don't want your magic to deteriorate, then immediately meditate. If you want to save your parents, then you must be stronger than anyone else. Nian Bing's body trembled, and her mind suddenly became clearer. She opened her eyes and looked at Garamandes. From Garamandes's eyes, she saw a trace of seriousness. She took a deep breath and forced herself to sit cross-legged. She didn't say another word and immediately began to meditate. It's not that she didn't want to complain, but she didn't have the extra strength to do so now. Seeing that Nian Bing had entered a meditative state, Garamandes withdrew his hand from her body and looked at Nian Bing with a smile. Her eyes showed a hint of approval as she muttered to herself, This kid's perception is really good. His innate conditions are good. He is a promising talent. I will help him. After all, I still have to eat the food he cooks. In the previous battle, Nian Bing made the best judgment after discovering Feng Kong's appearance. If they were to fight below, she knew that she was definitely not Feng Kong's opponent. However, as a magician, as long as she could complete the spell, she would have a stronger attack power than a warrior of the same level. Therefore, she immediately used her powerful spiritual force to exert the greatest power of her ice rain. Taking advantage of Feng Kong's unstable footing, she launched a strong attack. The purpose was not to hurt the other party, but to weaken the other party's strength. Nian Bing's calculation was very accurate. He knew that Feng Kong and Feng Xiang were the same. Both of them were injured in the battle with Yuruyan in the afternoon. Internal injuries wouldn't be so easy to heal. Even if the Do Qi was strong, the body still needed time to recover. It was because of this point that he didn't use a curse to increase his strength. Then, she used the strongest magic attack she could use at present. The Siege of the Hurricane and the Ice Rain gave Nian Bing a chance to recite the spell for a long time. After the 7th-step spell, Divine Light, was used with the help of the Holy Radiance Blade, she immediately launched her strongest fire spell of the 8th step, Burning the Heavens. In order to survive, she didn't hold back in the slightest. She bet all her magic power on the fusion of light and fire. Since light magic and fire magic didn't have any conflict, there was no difficulty in fusing 2 spells of the 8th step and the 7th step. When Feng Kong was weakened and used the illusory phoenix demon body to attack her, she used the Dance of the Dragon to trigger the fusion of her magic, Sacred Flame, which immediately displayed an unimaginable power. The Hurricane and Ice Rain reached the 9th step, but Nian Bing's Sacred Flame surpassed the 9th step. It entered the range of the 10th step. An injured and weakened swordsman facing her magic attack that reached the level of a magister wouldn't necessarily have an advantage. This was something she had calculated long ago. Sacred Flame was based on the idea of using the Dance of the Dragon under the pressure of Garamandes. These days, the use of mimicry and fusion magic, in addition to the increase in her own strength, allowed Ling Nian Bing to have such an improvement. If it wasn't for the effect of the Ice Rain just now, even she wouldn't dare to believe that all this was true. However, after all, a martial saint was still a martial saint. Compared to Nian Bing, who had used up all of his potential and magic power to cast a single 10th step offensive spell, Feng Kong's strength had been greatly weakened due to various circumstances. But he was still a bit stronger than Nian Bing imagined. The tyrannical phoenix flame, with the illusory phoenix demon body as the foundation, almost took Nian Bing's life. Fortunately, Nian Bing had prepared the Morning Dew Dagger in advance and relied on the Sigh of the Ice Goddess to resolve the remaining fire poison. Coupled with the fact that her body had been strengthened by Garamandes, she was able to survive. His judgment was right. Feng Kong was much easier to talk to than Feng Su, and he was already seriously injured from his attack. Naturally, he wouldn't look at his charred body, which was why he pretended to be dead. Of course, at that time, he was only a hair's breadth away from fainting. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to make sure that he was safe, he might have already fainted. Another important reason was that he had to retrieve his treasure blades. Those were treasures that were as precious as his life. Without them, Nian Bing wouldn't have been able to perform as well as he did today. Unfortunately, although he pretended to be dead to deceive Feng Kong, he couldn't deceive Garamandes. With the help of the energy that Garamandes injected into her, Nian Bing's almost depleted magic power once again condensed and began the process of recovery. Perhaps it was because she had used up too much magic power, but when she entered meditation this time, her spiritual power completely entered a state of deep sleep, and she lost all sense of the outside world. I beg you, Elder Su, please let Nian Bing go. I won't leave the Feng people for him. I beg you. Feng Nu knelt in front of Elder Feng Su with tears streaming down her face. Her beautiful face was filled with pleading, and her beautiful blue eyes were filled with worry. Feng Su coldly looked at Feng Nu kneeling in front of him and said indifferently, "It's too late. I won't allow any chance to exist. Feng Xiang has already gone to kill that brat, and I think she should be back soon. Although Feng Xiang isn't as strong as you should know that as long as it's my order, she won't disobey." Feng Nu's body shook violently, and she cried out, "What? You already let Sister Xiang go? Why? Feng Nu was very clear about Nian Bing's strength. Although Nian Bing's magic was very strange, Feng Xiang was a swordsman pugilist. It was only because Feng Xiang's comprehension was weaker than her that she couldn't enter the swordsman realm. In terms of cultivation time, Feng Xiang had cultivated for at least 3 years more than her. In Feng Nu's opinion, if Nian Bing encountered the cold and emotionless Feng Xiang alone, she wouldn't have any chance. Right now, she only had a trace of hope in her heart. She hoped that Nian Bing wouldn't leave the Duke's mansion, or that she would always be with that dragon. Feng Su calmly looked at the pale Feng Nu. As the phoenix of hope of the Feng people, you should know how much responsibility you have. You are the future of the Feng people, and I won't allow anyone to destroy your loyalty to the clan. I don't object to you expressing your feelings, but the other party can only be a member of the clan. Even if that brat only has one-sided feelings for you, you can't let him go. Why? Why? Feng Nu impolitely looked at the elder in front of her. When I was young, I didn't have a childhood at all. From the day I could understand things, we worked hard together to cultivate. At that time, you all taught me that I had to work hard for the future of the Feng people. You and the other elders took care of me meticulously and were strict with me. For more than 10 years, there wasn't a moment when I wasn't thinking about how to improve my strength. In order to get back the 9 abandonment battle force that Hua Tian stole from our clan, I found him. He used his own body to forge the parting heaven sword as a final memento. Before he died, he taught me his miraculous forging skills. Elder Su, you should know that I have a strong sense of responsibility. No matter what I do, I always put the clan first. Why can't you trust me? Why must you kill the innocent? Feng Su let out a long sigh. Child, perhaps you still don't understand matters of the heart. If feelings really come, you won't be able to stop them. Love is a mysterious power. Back then, your mother. Feng Su suddenly stopped, as if he had said something wrong. He coughed to cover his awkwardness. Feng Nu trembled. Elder, my mother? What happened to my mother? Didn't you say that she sacrificed herself for the safety of the clan? You. Feng Su was about to explain when heavy footsteps sounded. Frowning, he turned around and saw red flames rising from his body. Elder brother, it's me. A weak voice came with the heavy footsteps. Feng Su was shocked. He recognized Feng Kong's voice and rushed over, just in time to see the charred Feng Kong staggering back with Feng Xiang in his arms. Brother Kong, what happened to you? Shocked, Feng Su took Feng Xiang from Feng Kong's hands. Feng Nu flashed to Elder Feng Kong's side and helped him up. She also transferred her pure battle force into Feng Kong's body. With Feng Nu's help, Feng Kong's spirits were lifted. He shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. I won't die. Feng Xiang just fainted. She's fine. Feng Su's eyes flashed coldly. Is it little Yin? In his opinion, only Yu Ruyin would be able to injure Feng Xiang to this extent. Feng Kong shook his head. No, it's not little Yin. Elder brother, haven't you realized that little Yin isn't hostile to us? Like that fire dragon said, if little Yin had reached the 6th change, we wouldn't be her match even if we worked together. She should be infinitely close to a divine master. Other than Feng Nu, I haven't seen anyone with better talent than her. Feng Su looked at Feng Kong in shock. Then who is it? Who else could be so strong? Feng Kong glanced at Feng Nu hesitantly and sighed. It's that kid. Feng Su trembled. Impossible. I don't believe that he can reach the level of swordsman at such a young age. Feng Kong smiled bitterly. Elder brother, he's not a warrior. He's a magician. You could say that he's a genius magician. He was actually able to use 4 types of magic elements. Although he couldn't compete with me in terms of strength, the fusion magic he used was extremely powerful. Hearing Feng Kong's words, Feng Su couldn't help but become absent-minded. Could it be that the incident from back then is going to repeat itself? Feng Kong shook his head. It won't happen again. Although he's much stronger than we expected, I didn't kill him. Compared to his magic, a magician's body is weaker than a normal person's. He has no chance of survival after being hit by my phoenix flames. What? That's great. Feng Su cheered excitedly. Phoenix Girl, on the other hand, trembled as if the sky was falling down. Blood rushed to her brain, and everything in front of her turned red. She knew that Elder Feng Kong wouldn't lie. Since he said that Nian Bing was dead, then he must be dead. He must be dead. However, how could Feng Nu be willing to believe this? No, this can't be true. This can't be true. Nian Bing won't die. He's with that dragon. Feng Kong sighed and said, Girl, calm down. That brat was lured into the forest by Feng Xiang disguised as you. No one followed him. Actually, his character is very good. He had a chance to kill Xiang, but he gave it up. If it wasn't for the fact that his last spell was too powerful, perhaps I would have let him live. However, if I'd let my guard down in the slightest, I would have been the one to die. Girl, that person is already dead. Don't think too much. Why, the sky seems to be collapsing at this moment. Feng Nu's body kept trembling. Her bright eyes were covered with a layer of gray. It was only at this moment that she could confirm that Nian Bing had left an indelible mark in her heart. She didn't know if this was love, but she knew that pushing Nian Bing caused her so much pain. If Nian Bing wasn't dead, Feng Nu definitely wouldn't go against the elders' wishes and follow them back to the Feng people. But now that Nian Bing was dead, all the thoughts that Feng Nu suppressed kept rising in her heart. All she could think of now was how good Nian Bing was. From the first time they met, Nian Bing made her pigeon meat rice to the end when Nian Bing gave up her freedom and even her life to save everyone in the Fire Dragon's cave. Those scenes were so clear in front of her. The wind blew gently. The spring wind was supposed to be warm, but Feng Nu's heart was so cold. Feng Nu stood there in a daze, completely unaware that her body was gradually burning with red flames. The color of the flames was changing, following the strange changes in her heart. The red light gradually turned dark red, then dark red. Gradually, it became even darker. Her large blue eyes were turning into a deathly gray color, and a pair of huge dark red feathers floated out from her back. Her loud voice was so mournful that it came completely from the pain in her heart. Under the shock of her voice, the leaves in the surrounding forest fell like tears. She suddenly raised her head and glared at Feng Kong and Feng Su. Why can't you kill him? What did Nian Bing do wrong? Without him, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Why must you kill him? Why must you force me into a dead end? Why won't you believe my explanation? I finally understand why Senior Feng Yin chose to mate with that human. Because you didn't even give her a chance to explain. Nian Bing is innocent. He was implicated by me. He's dead. While she was in a daze, the parting heaven sword left its sheath. Feng Su and Feng Kong were shocked to find that the dark red flames around Feng Nu's body were even hotter than the golden flames of the phoenix. It seemed to be burning with anger and sadness. The parting heaven sword released an incomparably strong hatred. Holding the sword with both hands, Feng Nu faced the two elders. The tyrannical aura emitted from her body made Feng Su's heart tremble. The feeling of being completely locked on by hatred was unbearable. He suddenly found that fear once again appeared in his heart. No, I can't kill you. I can't fight with you. It was you who raised me. Kill. Feng Nu's body suddenly floated off the ground, and the parting heaven sword that was originally aimed at the two elders suddenly swung to the side. The dark red light spread for nearly 10 feet, sweeping through the vegetation. Feng Su's movements were very fast. In the instant that Feng Nu swung the parting heaven sword, he was already in front of her and chopped at her slender neck with his palm. After swinging the sword, Feng Nu's body seemed to have been sucked dry. Coupled with this palm strike, her body slowly fell to the ground. The moment her delicate body fell to the ground, Feng Su and Feng Kong could clearly see 2 drops of light red tears flowing down her cheeks. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the forest. The place where the dark red light passed by, whether it was the shrubs or the tall trees, turned completely gray. No, to be precise, it turned into ashes. In just a few blinks of an eye, a large fan-shaped clearing had appeared in the forest under the caress of the breeze. Feng Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, what kind of power is this? Big brother, are you sure you can block it? Feng Su shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now I'm also doubting whether my previous decision was correct. Feng Nu's phoenix flames seemed to have undergone some changes. The attack just now seemed to have drained all her battle chi. But even I'm not sure if I can block this attack. Was it right to kill that boy? This girl's reaction is so big. It seems that she's really moved by that boy. Feng Kong sighed. I have to admit, that boy's magic is very strong, and he's also very handsome. Girls will inevitably be attracted to him. Big brother, You don't have to worry too much. Didn't you see that Feng Nu still maintained a trace of consciousness at the last moment and didn't attack us? Let's take her back and talk to her slowly. I believe that she's a sensible girl." Feng Su took a deep breath and said, "At least, there's already a thorn in her heart that can't be removed. But we Feng people can't take any more losses. When big brother Feng Ming passed away, he left Xiaoyan in our care, but she chose to marry an outsider. She didn't want to take over big brother Feng Ming's position. 5 years ago, Feng Tian also passed away. Of the original 5 elders, only 3 are left. If we can't have 2 more, how can we hold the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony that only happens once every 50 years? Sigh, I'm really worried." Feng Kong's eyes dimmed. "I'm also worried about this. Big brother, Xiaoyan actually reached the 6th transformation. She's much stronger than we thought. We came this time to invite her back. How about we don't ask her to kill that boy called Lan Yu anymore? Let her come back with us to host the ceremony. With her 6th transformation ability and some guidance, Feng Nu will definitely be able to reach the 3rd transformation sooner. With the 3 of us, we'll have 5 3rd transformation royals and can hold the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Plus, with the 6th transformation Xiaoyan hosting, the ceremony will be much easier." Feng Su shook his head and said coldly, "Even if we don't ask her to kill Lan Yu, do you think she'll go back with us? Don't forget that in Xiaoyan's eyes, we're the ones who killed her daughter. Maybe she'll let us go because of old feelings, but she'll never admit that she's part of the Feng people's royal family." Feng Kong said anxiously, "But we didn't kill her daughter back then." Feng Su's eyes glowed coldly. He glanced at the unconscious Phoenix girl and said, "Do you want me to tell her that Phoenix girl was the little girl who was burned to ashes in the fire back then?" Feng Kong nodded and said, "That is the truth. At that time, Big Brother used his Doqi to secretly protect Phoenix Girl's body and kept her alive. Facts have proven that your choice was correct. Phoenix Girl has perfectly inherited her mother's genes. In terms of comprehension, she is not inferior to Little Yin. Perhaps our decision not to marry outsiders was a mistake in the first place." "Bullshit." Feng Su flew into a rage. "The royal bloodline must be kept pure. In order to protect the dignity of the clan, in order to uphold the rules of the clan, the secret of the Phoenix Girl's identity must not be leaked. Otherwise, where would the authority of the clan's rules be?" Feng Kong said excitedly, "Big brother, is prestige really that important? Right now, we have to face the ceremony in 2 years. Right now, not only does Little Yin hate us, even Phoenix Maiden is holding a grudge against us. How do we end up in such a situation with both internal and external troubles?" Feng Su bent down to pick up Feng Nu and threw a porcelain bottle to Feng Kong. "Take some medicine first. We'll talk after we leave. There's still 2 years. We'll find a way. That brat you killed should be related to Xiaoyan. I don't want her to know that we did it. If we still can't find a way in the end, maybe I'll go find Xiaoyan again and explain everything." After saying that, he walked to the side and held Feng Xiang in his arms. Step by step, he walked into the distance. Looking at Feng Su's back, he sighed. "Big brother, why you have to do this? You clearly miss Xiaoyan the most, but you pretended to be righteous. You were the one who decided to let Xiaoyan and her husband go back then." The 2 different sensations of warmth and coolness continued to nourish his body. His dormant spirit and spiritual power were fully rested. When his spiritual power gradually woke up, Nian beings within his body saw a strange scene. It was a red and blue ball of light. The red ball of light was at the bottom of his dantian, while the blue ball of light was at the top. It stopped at the top of his chest, near his throat. The red and blue balls of light emitted rings of light, mixing with each other in her body. The strange thing was that when the 2 types of light came into contact, they didn't clash. Instead, they easily passed through each other. When Nian Bing used her spiritual power to feel the 2 balls of light, she was surprised to find that the 2 balls of light were highly condensed ice and fire magic. However, they were constantly changing. But no matter what, when the fire and ice magic came into contact, the fire magic would completely disappear and become abnormally calm, while the ice magic would become much more active. Although the 2 types of magic had different characteristics, they didn't seem to be incompatible. Instead, they complemented each other. Every time they came into contact, they would absorb magic from the outside to replenish themselves and strengthen Yin Bing's magic power. Chapter 81. Not only was there a change in his magic power, but his mental strength was also different from before. This was especially reflected in his observation of magic elements. Under full concentration, he could clearly see the minute changes in every single magic element. This could only mean one thing, and that was the improvement of his mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing slowly opened his eyes in joy. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly saw a large wave of blue light rippling towards him. He subconsciously raised his hand to release a rank 2 ice and fire fusion magic attack, but before the attack could display its power, it was already swallowed by the blue light. His whole body turned cold, and Nian Bing's whole body was swayed up. What kind of blue light was that? It was clearly water. Wave after wave of water strongly attacked Nian Bing's body. The water waves suddenly turned left and right, and Nian Bing could clearly see black debris flying out of his body, revealing his originally smooth skin. It was impossible to breathe underwater, and the feeling of suffocation made Ling Nian Bing's whole body extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he suddenly felt the magic ripples in his body suddenly increase in speed. Moreover, there were some subtle changes in the interaction between the ice and fire elements. When the ice element met the fire element, it actually produced a burning sensation. Just as Nian Bing thought he was going crazy, the feeling of suffocation disappeared. He didn't need to open his mouth to breathe, and he could still live normally in the water. What was going on? Nian Bing was very surprised, but he quickly discovered that when the ice element in his body was burned, it released a faint bubble. The bubble merged into his body, and naturally, he didn't feel suffocated anymore. The blue waves finally disappeared, and Nian Bing stood on the ground naked. Fortunately, his shoes were still on, and the black charcoal on his body had been completely washed away. His white skin emitted a layer of pink, healthy luster. The cool and refreshing feeling came along with the refreshing feeling, and the fire element naturally circulated around his skin to expel the chill. "Hey, Nian Bing boy, didn't you drink some water?" Garamandes' surprised voice sounded, and he walked out from behind a tree in his red clothes. Nian Bing took out a set of rough clothes from his spatial ring and changed into it. He sighed inwardly. It was really a pity that Xuejing gave him the clothes. After all, it was good stuff. It was gone just like that. He looked at Garamandes unhappily and said, "You deliberately soaked me with water, didn't you?" Garamandes laughed and said matter-of-factly, "You're so dirty, it's too embarrassing to be with me. Since you're already awake, you naturally have to clean your body. Kid, you've been meditating for a day and night. Looks like you've made quite a bit of progress. Although you humans can't compare to us dragons, your perception is indeed not bad." Nian Bing was very grateful to Garamandes in his heart. At this time, his spiritual force had completely recovered, and he already understood everything that had happened before. Garamandes was by his side, and if he was in danger, he would definitely help. And when he saw him fighting against Feng Xiang and Feng Kong, it was nothing more than to practice his magic so that he could have a breakthrough in actual combat. After he successfully concealed himself from Feng Kong and restored his safety, he helped him to meditate so that his magic made new progress. He wanted to say some words of gratitude, but he didn't know why. But looking at Garamandes' playful smile, he couldn't say anything. "Nian Bing, I have a question to ask you. That day, when you were fighting against that elder, you had time to use the strongest fusion of ice and fire. Why did you choose the fusion of light and fire instead of the fusion of ice and fire? After all, the magic used by the mimicry is a bit weaker than your own magic." Nian Bing said, "That day I really hesitated. These days, I can basically control two kinds of mimicry magic. Ice and fire magic can barely be used as a single target attack of the 8th step. Later, the reason why I chose to use the fusion of fire magic of the 8th step and light magic of the 7th step was mainly because light magic itself has healing ability, so that it can better protect my breath. Moreover, Ice and fire magic are very extreme. After their fusion, the power produced is mainly explosive. Magic of the 8th step is the limit of my control. If I use the strongest fusion magic, my control will be much worse, and there's the possibility of a backlash. Taking a step back, although the power of the magic attack will decrease a bit, I can control it more cleverly. Garamandes suddenly said, "So that's how it is." Your understanding of magic is very thorough. However, at that time, the magic in your body was probably not enough to fuse 2 spells of the 8th step. Here, with a wave of his hand, 4 rays of light shone at the same time. Morning Dew Dagger, Righteous Yang Dagger, Holy Radiance Dagger, and Proud Heaven Dagger fell in front of Nian Bing at the same time. Keep these treasures well. Without them, you are only the lowest level of Archmage. But with them, you can display magic close to that of an Archmage. There is something I have to tell you. Although mimicry magic is very useful and can produce the effect of fusion magic, if you rely too much on it, you will inevitably encounter a great hindrance in the future. Magic power is the root of magic advancement. Do you understand? However, I'm a bit greedy for you now. Ice and fire magic of the same origin. The speed at which you absorb magic essence is much faster than ordinary people. Maybe within 10 years, you really have the possibility of becoming a divine mage. Nian Bing was overjoyed. Really? If that's the case, I can find the ice goddess priest for revenge. Garamandes snorted disdainfully and said, "I'm just saying that it's possible. The improvement of magic not only requires hard work, but also luck and comprehension. It's up to you whether you can achieve it or not. Moreover, even if you reach the level of a divine mage, you won't be a match for that ice goddess priest. She has been a divine mage for many years, and the magic she can use is not something you can imagine." Nian Bing resolutely said, "No matter what, I won't give up. The enmity of my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, if I reach the level of a divine mage, I won't just be a divine mage of a single magic. If I use fusion magic, even if she has been training for longer than me, I may still have a chance." Garamandes stared blankly for a moment, saying, "What you said is actually somewhat reasonable. However, I've never seen a God's Descent master use fusion magic before." Nian Bing looked at Garamandes and said, "You haven't used it before? Your magic should be at the level of a divine mage, right? Why don't you try using fusion magic?" Garamandes shook his head and said, "No, we dragons are different from you humans. Mimicry magic is only one of the special skills we specialize in. I've told you before that I can only use spells up to the 9th grade for the other elements. What we dragons are truly adept at is the dragonung magic of our own element. Spells of that level combined with ordinary 9th grade spells are completely useless. You're still too weak now. When you really reach that level, you will naturally understand the meaning of my words. All right, let's go. We have been out for a whole day. I'm afraid that your new mother of yours is already anxious." Nian Bing was shocked and didn't say anything more. He hurriedly cast a blizzard on himself and followed Garamandes back to Allen City. After this battle, his greed for magic increased greatly. He could even contend against a warrior of swordsman's level. This undoubtedly proved the strength of fusion magic. Although Feng Kong was injured at that time, and under the influence of various circumstances, Nian Bing's greed had increased by a lot. He believed that if he reached the high level of a magic shooter, he would definitely be able to defeat swordsmen who was a level higher than him. "Nian Bing, where did you go? Why didn't you say hello to me?" Seeing Nian Bing appear, Yu Rian's face was filled with dissatisfaction. After Nian Bing disappeared yesterday, she was very worried. She sent people to look for him in the city, but didn't find any trace of him. This made her think of Elder Foam and the others. Fortunately, she found that Garamandes had also disappeared. Only then did she feel relieved. Feeling Yu Rian's concern, Nian Bing's heart was filled with warmth. He lowered his head and recounted what happened yesterday in detail. However, in front of Lan Yu, he gave most of the credit for his survival to Garamandes. The current him didn't want too many people to know his true strength. After hearing Nian Bing's words, Yu Rian frowned and turned to look at Duke Lan Yu sitting behind a desk. "Brother Yu, Should we take action? Wan Yu looked at Nian Bing and sighed. Don't tell me you want to capture the elders? You should know their tempers. Forget it. Nian Bing has Mr. Dragon with her. After this failure, I believe that the phone people won't act rashly again. Nian Bing, you should stay in the residence for a few more days. When the phone people and the elders know that they can't do anything, they will naturally leave the Ottoman Empire. Nian Bing shook his head. Godfather, don't worry. With this lesson, I will be more careful in the future. There won't be any danger. Mother, I suddenly thought of something today. It made me feel very strange. Garamandes had already returned to his room to sleep. He didn't have any scruples when speaking. Moreover, he was becoming less and less wary of Garamandes. Yu Ruyin pulled Nian Bing to sit down and helped him comb his messy golden hair. Her movements were gentle and natural. Her warm hands kept brushing Nian Bing's hair, making him feel very comfortable. What is it? Is it about the phone people? Nian Bing said. On the way back, I thought about it carefully. I realized that I have a very special feeling about you. I also have this feeling about Feng Nu. Yurian smiled and said, maybe it's because we were once the hope of the phone people. That's why you have this feeling. It's nothing. However, that girl is indeed very outstanding. She can reach the level of the royal feathers so quickly. It can be seen that her comprehension is very high. She is definitely not below me in the past. As long as she is willing to work hard, she will definitely become the pride of the phone people. Nian Bing shook his head and said, no, mother. It's not the aura of the phone people. It's an indescribable feeling. You also know that I am a magician. As a magician, I am very sensitive in this aspect. Thinking back to the time when I was with Feng Nu, I realized that her mannerisms were very similar to yours. Even her appearance was somewhat similar. Moreover, her eyes and nose were very similar to Godfather's. It was as if she was a fusion of you and Godfather. Didn't you notice this? Yu Ruyan's body trembled. She immediately fell into deep thought. Because of the appearance of the phone people's elders that day, her mind was in a mess. She didn't observe carefully. Now that she recalled Feng Nu's appearance and thought about Nian Bing's words, the strong feeling became stronger and stronger. She suddenly turned to look at her husband, Lan Yu, and found that Lan Yu was also looking at her. The two of them looked at Nian Bing. Lan Yu said, Nian Bing, you mean? Nian Bing smiled and said, it's just a bold guess. Back then, Godfather and Mother didn't die under the pursuit of the phone people. Mother said that she didn't understand why she was spared at that time. Now that I think about it, the phone people's elders might not be heartless. After all, Mother was raised by them. I think they must have treated you like a daughter. If that's the case, how could they bear to really hurt you? That's why they spared you and Godfather. Inferring from this, your daughter might not have really died back then. Even if her body was in the flames, with the phone people's understanding of fire, they could have made some camouflage to cover the truth. Of course, this is just a guess. I still need to verify it carefully. Yu Ruyan's eyes revealed a layer of hazy light. Her monster body trembled slightly. Could it be that our daughter didn't die? She didn't die. Feng Nu, the daughter of Wind of Hope? Elder Feng Su, you really didn't kill our daughter? Then didn't all the hatred in my heart go to waste? No, I have to find him and ask him clearly. With that, she flashed out of the door. A blue figure blocked Yu Ruyan's path. Lan Yu pulled his wife into his arms. Don't go, Ruyan. Calm down first. Nian Bing also walked to Yu Ruyan's side and said, Mother, Godfather is right. Calm down first. This is just a guess. Even if it's true, Feng Nu won't be in danger with the elders. There will be many opportunities in the future. You can't be too hasty. Think about it. If you interrogate Elder Feng Su and the others like this, would they admit it? Moreover, Feng Nu doesn't know the truth. If you just go like this, she won't be able to accept it either. We have plenty of time. Let's slowly investigate. If we really find out that Feng Nu is your daughter, it won't be too late to act then. Lan Yu nodded. Nian Bing is right. Moreover, with the Ottoman Empire's current situation, how can we leave? The Empire has done us a favor. We have to put more effort into recruiting soldiers. The country is big, but the individual is small. We have to look at the big picture. We can't ignore the country because of our personal matters. Do you understand? Yu Ruyan's body was still trembling. Tears rolled down her face. She leaned into her husband's arms and said with a choked voice, But when I think about our daughter being alive, my heart can't calm down. I really can't help but want to see her. Yinbing is right. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Feng Nu is similar to you and me. However, she seems to be more like you while Chunxian is more like me. Brother Yu I. Lan Yu sighed and said, If our daughter were still alive, how wonderful would that be? However, we can't rush this matter. How about this? Nianbing and Feng Nu have a close relationship. Moreover, you want to travel the continent. Why don't we let him help us verify everything? If Feng Nu really has feelings for him, they will definitely meet again. As long as we test it with blood, we will know whether Feng Nu is our daughter or not. During this time, we also need to develop the Ottoman Empire. I hope we can find more time. Nianbing looked at Duke Lan Yu and couldn't help but admire his rationality. He could see that the sadness and hope in Duke Lan Yu's eyes were no less than Yu Ruyan's. However, he was able to control his emotions and look at the bigger picture. Nianbing knew he couldn't do it. Godfather, mother, don't worry. Your matter is my matter. I think I will definitely have a chance to meet Feng Nu again. Leave this matter to me. Although I don't know if the next time I see Feng Nu will be during the examination, I promise. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Yu Ruyan had also calmed down by now. She knew that there was only a 50% chance that the Phoenix Maiden was their daughter. Everything was still unknown. She wiped the tears off her face and said to Nianbing, Child, I'll have to trouble you then. As a mother, if I can find my lost daughter, then... She couldn't help but cry again. Nianbing sighed in her heart. Feng Nu, are you really mother's daughter? I really hope you are. That way, whether you're mother or not, it will be so happy. Sigh. At least you have a chance to find mother. But what about me? I know where my parents are buried, but I can't go and find them. The ice goddess is like an insurmountable mountain in front of me. Mother, I want to leave tomorrow and go to the Huarong Empire to do some things. You and Godfather should prepare the things for the reunion today. I will leave tomorrow morning. Yu Ruyan was surprised. Is it that urgent? Stay for a few more days. We've been separated from our daughter for nearly 20 years, and it's not even a few days. Nianbing shook her head. No, mother. I do have important things to do. Moreover, I want to improve my strength. After that, I will find a way to find Feng Nu and then find a place to practice magic. On the continent, if one didn't have enough strength as a guarantee, everything would be in vain. Duke Bluefeather nodded. You are right. Strength is everything. Just like the Huarong Empire, they often make small moves. But who can say anything about them? There is only one reason, and that is because they are strong enough. Whether it is an individual or a country, strength is the best deterrent. I approve of your actions. Yu Ruyan looked at Nianbing with bright eyes. Child, I know you have hatred in your heart because of what happened to your parents. Don't let it blind you. In the future, if you want to seek revenge, you must tell Mother and let me accompany you. That way, we can take care of each other, okay? Nianbing nodded slowly. She knew that she could not refuse Yu Ruyan at this time. But when it came to her revenge, would it involve her mother? At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps came from outside. A deep voice sounded from outside. Captain Zi Qingjian and Knight Zi Qingming are here to report. Yu Ruyan wiped the tears from her face. Come in. When the door opened, Nianbing's familiar figure walked in. It was Zi Qingming and her sister. The two siblings had changed into the silver light armor of the Silver Feather Knights. Zi Qingjian's head had a white feather, while Zi Qingming's helmet had an ordinary green feather. As soon as the two entered, they saw Nianbing standing in the middle of the room. They couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Nianbing, why are you here? Zi Qingjian shouted excitedly and rushed in front of Nianbing. He opened his arms and hugged her. Yu Ruyan was a little sensitive due to the events of the past 2 days. With a flash of silver light, Zi Qingjian was knocked back to his original position. Impudent. This is the Duke's residence. Only then did Zi Qingjian realize his own impulsiveness and hurriedly kowtowed with his sister to the Duke and his wife. Nianbing said, Mother, they are my friends. We parted in the Fire Dragon Cave. Brother Zi Qingjian, Qingming, you really came to the Silver Feather Knights. When Zi Qingjian and Zi Qingjian heard Nian Bing call you Ruyan mother, they couldn't help but be stunned. Zi Qingjian said hesitantly, Nian Bing, why your Lord Dukes? Blue Feather smiled. She walked up to Nian Bing and hugged his shoulder. Yes, he is my lion. Although he is not my biological son, I still see him as my son. Are you the Zi Qingjian that Rian admires so much? I heard that you have the berserk physique. Zi Qingjian glanced at Nian Bing in bewilderment and said, Yes, Duke. I have had the berserk physique since I was young. However, is it useful? I can't even tell friend from foe. Blue Feather solemnly said, Berserk warriors are the strongest human warriors. They are also the most destructive. The weakness of berserk warriors is their mental state. Although it is difficult to solve, it is not impossible. Perhaps you have heard that this Duke is a berserk warrior. After many years of cultivation, I have learned a few things. Since Rian recommended you and you are Nian Bing's friend, I am willing to pass on my knowledge to you. Are you willing to learn? Zi Qingjian was still in a daze when Zi Qingming gave him a push. Brother, hurry up and greet your master. The Duke is an expert on the level of swordsman. Only then did Zi Qingjian come to his senses. His majestic body fell to his knees like a mountain of gold, and he respectfully performed the ceremony of becoming Blue Feather's disciple. Blue Feather smiled and helped Zi Qingjian up. From now on, you will live in the Duke's mansion as my personal bodyguard. We will talk about this again after you have some accomplishments in the berserk physique. As for your sister, Rian will teach her some martial arts and see how much she can comprehend. That will depend on your luck. Big Brother Violet Dream has already handed you over to me. I will be very strict with you. Zi Qingjian and Zi Qingjian were shaken and looked at Blue Feather in shock. They had concealed their identities when they joined the Silver Feather Legion. Rian smiled. As the upper echelons of the Empire, how can we trust you if we don't even know your identities? You can rest assured. Although the Duke is on good terms with your father, the Duke is not someone to be trifled with. He will not seek personal gain because of this. If you want to stand at the top, you will have to rely on your own efforts. Headmaster Violet Dream has already decided to let the elites of the Academy serve the Empire. They will be led by your teachers and will arrive soon. With their help, I believe the Empire will gradually grow stronger. On this point, I'm very confident. All right, you can leave first. Nian Bing, take them to Lan Sun and arrange a place for them to stay. After leaving the Duke's study, Zi Qingjian seemed to have forgotten the awkwardness of having his identity exposed. He said excitedly, Brother Nian Bing, how did you run out? It's great that you can come back safely. Nian Bing smiled. Big Brother Qingjian, Garamandes is not that scary. He won't harm us humans. What about you? Did you come here after leaving that day? Zi Qingming rushed to say, When we left the Flaming Dragon Cave, Commander Carlo brought his people back. Feng Nu also left. We waited outside for a few days, but you still didn't come out. We could only follow our original plan and come here, hoping to see you again. The Duchess values us very much and took us in as part of the Silver Feather Legion. Big Brother is already a small captain, so you're actually the Duke's son. I really didn't expect this. Why didn't you say anything when we said we were in the Silver Feather Legion? Nian Bing looked at Zi Qingming's bright eyes. It's not that I didn't want to say it, but I didn't know what would happen. I just acknowledged the Duke and his wife as my parents yesterday. Then, he told Zi Qingming about himself and Yu Ruyan, but skipped over the matter of the phone people. Zi Qingming smiled and said, So we misunderstood you. Nian Bing, what do you plan to do in the future? Do you want to stay here and join the Silver Feather Legion? I heard from the Duchess that the Duke also has the idea of adding magicians into the Legion. Only then can we compete with the Huarong Empire's Order of the Flaming Lion. Nian Bing shook his head. I will leave tomorrow. There are still some things I need to take care of. Zi Qingming was a little disappointed. Why do you always have things to take care of? Is there something you can't say? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were very mysterious. Nian Bing smiled and said, Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? That's their own domain. All right, I will take you to Brother Lan Sun and let him arrange things for you. In the past 2 days, the most excited person was Lan Sun. He got his beloved back, and the Duke promised to marry Rui. Lan Sun was very happy and grateful to Nian Bing. If it wasn't for Nian Bing's guidance, he wouldn't have had the confidence to propose marriage to the Duke of Blue Feather. He wouldn't have been able to enjoy the good times he had now. After Lan Sun proved his love for her, Rui's lonely mood gradually changed. After going through so many things together, she especially cherished this relationship. When Nian Bing found Lan Sun, he was talking to Rui about the things that happened in the Duke's mansion in the past 2 years. When he heard that Nian Bing wanted him to help make arrangements for Zi Qingming and her sister, he quickly agreed. After handing Zi Qingming and her sister over to Lan Sun, Nian Bing didn't stay any longer and returned to his room. Right now, he didn't care about anything else. Only increasing his strength was what he was most passionate about. Every word Garamandes said to him was engraved in his heart. After returning to his room, he immediately began to meditate. Only by seizing every moment would he be able to increase his strength. The sun shone down on the earth, making the spring feeling even stronger. Walking on the main road outside Allen City, Nian Bing looked at the sparkling jade bottle in his hand. Early in the morning, he said goodbye to Yu Ruyin and her husband and left Allen City under the escort of Lan Sun, Zi Qingjian, and his sister. The jade bottle in his hand contained Yu Ruyin's blood. This was the only thing that could prove whether or not Feng Nu was their daughter. Nian Bing, can you walk faster? If you dilly-dally, when will we reach the next city? Garamandes kicked Nian Bing in dissatisfaction. Nian Bing glared at him in annoyance and said, "You must have been born in winter. Otherwise, why do you always move your hands and feet like this? Didn't I just make you shredded chicken rice this morning?" Garamandes smacked his lips, an intoxicated look in his eyes. The shredded chicken rice is indeed delicious. My taste is very high now. In the future, you have to make such exquisite food for me. Otherwise, don't think of learning anything from me. Nian Bing put the jade bottle into his spatial ring and said, Garamandes, other than meditation, what do you think I should do to increase my magic level? Garamandes said, that's simple. Find the top magical gems of the other elements and train your mimicry to a completely mature level. Aren't you very experienced in fusing magic? Every magical element has its own way of countering each other. When facing different enemies, you naturally have to use different magic to deal with them. Even fusing magic is the same. Only by applying mimicry to each element can you do it. Chapter 82. Nian Bing nodded and said, but it's so easy to find top-grade magic gems. My luck is already pretty good, and I only have 4 pieces now. He was still missing the earth, space, and darkness attributes. Do you know where I can find them? You have so many gems in your collection. Don't you have any top-grade gems? Garamandes said with slight anger. Good boy, you're trying to trick me. No. If you want to use them, find them yourself. Don't forget, even those gems of yours should belong to me. I'm just lending them to you now. You said you were going to take me to Aolon City to eat some special delicacies. Bullshit. We haven't even walked around Aolon City enough. You're obviously just going to find someone. Nian Bing said with some embarrassment. You saw it too. Because of the war, the Ottoman Empire is in such a bad state. Of course, there are very few delicacies. After all, only when the country is prosperous can all industries prosper. This time is different. Our destination is the prosperous Huarong Empire. When that time comes, there will naturally be good food. My teacher once said that the Huarong Empire has the most high-level chefs. Garamandes Nian Bing gestured with his fist and said, that's for the best. If I find out that you lied to me again, you're dead meat. Nian Bing laughed and said, lied to you? How could I? Garamandes, I thought of another magic combination. How about you let me try it? You're the target. Garamandes was stunned and said, you want to use me as a target? Dream on. Nian Bing said temptingly, a big pot of pearl jade, white jade kanji. Do you want it? Hearing this, Garamandes was immediately moved. Looking at Nian Bing, he hesitated. Nian Bing hurriedly said, great Garamandes, you know, if I directly use magic, it will definitely cause a lot of magic waves, easily attracting unnecessary trouble. But with you, it's different. You can easily block my magic with a simple barrier. There are 2 pots of pearl, jadeite, and white jade kanji. You have to cook them wholeheartedly for me, otherwise there's no need to talk about it. Garamandes made his request. No problem. I'll keep my word. Nian Bing looked at Garamandes with a smile. No matter if it was a human or a dragon, as long as there was a weakness, there was no need to be afraid that he would not submit. A red light flashed and enveloped Nian Bing's body. Then, a silver light flashed, and the two disappeared from the official road at the same time. Half an hour later, there were two more people on the official road. One was naturally the complacent Garamandes, and the other was Nian Bing, who was covered in dust and whose face was pale. Why is this happening? Garamandes, you freak, how can you reflect magic? Although Nian Bing's voice was filled with anger, it sounded weak. Garamandes chuckled. Do you think your enemy will show mercy to you? If you want to live a better life, you have to work hard and think of a way yourself. When will the pearl and jade kanji be made? Nian Bing fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand. The magic he thought of this time was using the same origin of ice and fire, plus 2 kinds of mimicry, a total of 4 kinds of magic fusion, but the power produced was not as strong as the 2 kanji that day. What the hell is going on here? Where did it go wrong? Kid, I know what you're thinking. How about this? Turn 2 pots into 3 pots of pearl and jade kanji, and I'll tell you where you went wrong. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, Okay, no problem. 3 pots it is. Tell me quickly. Why did I consume more than 80% of my magic power and use 2 7th grade and 2 6th grade magic fusion, a total of 4 magic fusion, but the power was not much stronger? Although it looked gorgeous, the effect was too poor and was not proportional to the magic power consumed. Garamandes chuckled and said, You idiot, do you think it's so easy to use magic fusion? Even if you have the same origin of ice and fire as a guide, when using 4 kinds of magic, you can't bring out the characteristics of each element of magic. Especially when 4 kinds of magic are used at the same time, there will be repelling or attracting characteristics between each other. These characteristics are very subtle. Even if you use the same magic, there will be different changes every time. Unless your spiritual power is strong enough to withstand higher level magic, why would you use the difficult and undesirable method of fusing 4 kinds of magic? So, I'll tell you a simple theory. Fusing magic is not bad, but fusing 2 kinds of magic is enough. Fusing more kinds of magic will only produce the opposite effect. When you used that magic just now, I almost laughed out loud, wanting to see you make a fool of yourself. Fortunately, your strength is not bad, and it was not reflected. In the future, if you do this and become a joke to others, don't say that you followed me. Hearing Garamandes' words, Nian Bing's heart suddenly had a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Yes, too much fusion is not something that I can withstand. Just like a powerful giant dragon like Garamandes, his strongest magic is only 1 kind of fire element. Why should I pursue too many magic fusion? It's better to fully grasp the characteristics of each element of magic and use different combinations when facing different enemies. The effect will naturally be much better. Understanding this point, Nian Bing's face could not help but reveal a faint smile. At this time, Garamandes' face suddenly changed and said in a deep voice, Wait for me here, don't move. A red light flashed, and his figure disappeared. The moment Garamandes left, Nian Bing's heart tightened, because she clearly felt a heavy killing intent from Garamandes' body. This is the first time she felt such an aura since knowing Garamandes. Although she did not understand why, but she knew to be able to cause Garamandes' killing intent, to be able to become Garamandes' enemy, is definitely not someone that she can deal with. Walking to the side of a big tree and sitting down, Nian Bing slowly recovered the magic that she had previously lost, carefully observing the surrounding movements. Not long after, the red light flashed again. Garamandes returned. His handsome face was full of anger. His body was surrounded by a red light, and, coming in front of Nian Bing, he suddenly hit a big tree with his palm. Immediately, the tree trunk was completely turned into flying ash, covering Nian Bing's face. Bastard. Damn, I let him escape again. What a bastard, running faster than a monkey. Garamandes cursed angrily. Nian Bing brushed the dust off her body and asked, What did you find? Garamandes said. Just now I suddenly felt the aura of Mudiz's bottle of sealing and immediately chased after it. But that guy escaped again with space magic. Nian Bing said strangely. Did that guy steal your Mudiz's bottle of sealing and run around to tease you? Isn't he tired of living? Garamandes shook his head and said no. Although the one just now was also Mudiz's bottle of sealing, it was not the aura of my bottle. Although the 7 Mudiz's bottle of sealing are exactly the same, because they are under the protection of our 7 Dragon Kings. Each one will more or less be stained with some of our aura. I can be sure that the one that appeared just now was not mine. It seems that these guys really do have some ability to actually attack our 7 Dragon Kings at the same time. Nian Bing, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink your pearl jade, white jade porridge for the time being. Things are much more serious than I thought. I have to gather the other 6 Dragon King now to see how many of Mudiz's bottle of sealing have been stolen. The task given to us by the Dragon God must not be sloppy in the slightest. Be careful. I will come back to you when I'm done with these things. Nian Bing looked at Garamandes in surprise. You mean you're leaving now? Garamandes looked at her angrily and said, Haven't you always wanted to be free? What? Now you regret it. Do you still want to go with me to see the other 6 Dragon King? No humans were allowed to enter the draconic world. You're on your own. As for your future training, you just need to follow the rules and meditate to enhance your magic power and look for top gems when you have the chance. I'll lend you this first. Don't worry, it's easy for me to find you. Be careful to protect your own life. You can't die before you give me back my 3 pearl jade, white jade porridge. The red light turned into silver light, and a dazzling silver light appeared in Garamandes' hand. It was an opening, a strange opening. In the middle of the weapon was a hexagonal gem. The gem was silver, but the silver light was constantly changing, and every time it changed, it would cause the whole weapon to flash. With the hexagonal silver gem as the center, 6 blades extended out. Each blade was about half a foot long, and the silver light flashed. Nian Bing didn't doubt its sharpness. Garamandes raised his hand, and the 6-edged silver blade in his palm started to spin quickly. No matter how he waved his arm, the blade kept flashing as if it was attached to his palm. The silver light jumped along with Garamandes' palm. He muttered a few spells, and the blade suddenly disappeared. When Nian Bing's mind moved, the 6-edged silver blade appeared 10 feet away, drawing a beautiful arc, and all the plants in its path were cut into pieces. The 6-edged silver blade returned to Garamandes' hand, and it was still spinning. Garamandes said, Look at Lucid Dream. This saber is very difficult to control. Whether or not you can truly unleash its power is up to you. You should have noticed that the gem in the middle is a high-quality spatial magic gem. The preciousness of spatial magic gems is no less than that of light and darkness gems. Moreover, for the current you, if you can use camouflage to master spatial magic, the benefits will be the greatest. At least it can help you better save your life. But you have to be careful. Don't cut off your hand before you use it. This blade can be used in many ways. It depends on your wisdom. The blade is called Xuanji, and the one who made it was a master blacksmith from ancient times. He completed it with the help of 12 spatial magic tutors. Compared to the Holy Radiance blade, it is a lot more mysterious, but its origin is not small at all. You can experience it yourself. Oh, right, it has its own name. You don't need to give it another name. The divine weapon of 100 transformations, Xuanji blade. With a flash of silver light, it had already landed at Nian Bing's feet. In the next moment, Garamandes' figure disappeared in the red light. I only have this one high-quality magic gem. Keep it carefully. Remember the pearl, jade, white jade porridge you owe me. Take care of yourself. The voice faded away, and the dragon's breath in the air completely disappeared. He had regained his freedom, but at this moment, Nian Bing's heart was filled with disappointment. Even he himself did not understand why. But looking at the strangely shaped Xuanji blade on the ground, his heart was filled with reluctance. Garamandes' handsome appearance and joking voice kept echoing in his mind. His heart trembled slightly. Garamandes, you are leaving just like that? Suddenly, Nian Bing raised his head and shouted at the blue sky. Garamandes, listen to me, If you don't come to me in 3 months, what I owe you is null and void. His voice was very loud, and it startled the birds in the forest. Nian Bing slowly lowered his head after he finished shouting. He muttered to himself, "If you can come back in 3 months, I'll definitely cook for you, no matter what the conditions are." In fact, even he himself did not know that after 2 months of contact, Garamandes was both a teacher and a friend in his heart. The sudden separation made him feel a little lost. What was in Morda's sealed bottle? Garamandes refused to tell him. What was the secret sealed in the 7 bottles? Nian Bing's heart was full of doubts, but at the same time, he was full of curiosity. He found that there were too many things in this Yangon continent that he did not know. It was not on his level. If he wanted to understand everything, he had to start from himself. Shaking his head hard, Nian Bing threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and the sense of loss gradually disappeared. After all, Garamandes would still come back, and he would definitely be reluctant to part with the delicious food that he made. Now, what he had to do was to go to the Huarong Empire's capital, Dutian City, and fulfill his promise to Longji. He remembered that when he left Dutian City, he was only 7 years old. After more than 10 years, he was finally going back. Nian Bing was not in a hurry. Every time he went to a city, he would rest for a few days to meditate and study magic. When he left Alin City, there were still 3 months before the 5 countries' new magician competition. 3 months was enough for him to hurry. Just like what he heard in Alin City, the further he went to the south of the Ottoman Empire, the more barren the surroundings became. Walking on the road, he could often see a desolate scene. This phenomenon only stopped when Nian Bing entered the Huarong Empire from the southwest of the Ottoman Empire. Nian Bing nodded and said, "But top-grade magic gems are so easy to find. My luck is already quite good, and I only have 4 pieces now." He was still missing the earth, space, and darkness attributes. "Do you know where I can find them? You have so many collections. Don't you have any top-grade gems?" Garamandes was slightly angry and said, "Good boy. You're trying to take advantage of me. No. If you want to use them, find them yourself. Don't forget, even those gems of yours should belong to me. I'm just lending them to you now. What do you mean you're bringing me to Alin City to eat special delicacies? Bullshit. We haven't even walked around Alin City enough to leave. You're obviously just going to find someone." Nian Bing said awkwardly, "You've seen it too. Because of the war, the Ottoman Empire is in such a bad state. Of course, there are very few delicacies. After all, only when the country is prosperous can all industries prosper. This time, it's different. Our destination is the prosperous Huarong Empire. When that time comes, there will naturally be good food. My teacher once said that the Huarong Empire has the most number of top-grade chefs." Garamandes Nian Bing waved his fist and said, "That's for the best. If I find out that you're lying to me again, you're dead meat." Nian Bing chuckled and said, "Lying to you? Why would I? Garamandes, I've thought of another magic combination. Why don't you let me try it? I'll use you as my target." Garamandes was stunned and said, "You want to use me as your target? Dream on." Nian Bing tempted, "A big pot of pearl jade, white jade kanji. Do you want it?" Hearing this, Garamandes was immediately moved. He glanced at Nian Bing and hesitated. Nian Bing hurriedly said, "Great Garamandes, you know that if I directly use magic, it will definitely cause a lot of magic waves, and it will easily attract unnecessary trouble. But with you, it's different. Any barrier of yours can easily block my magic. 2 pots of pearl, jade, white jade kanji. You have to make it for me wholeheartedly, otherwise there's no need to talk." Garamandes made his request. "No problem. I'll keep my word." Nian Bing looked at Garamandes with a smile. No matter if it's a human or a dragon, as long as there's a weakness, there's no need to be afraid that he won't comply. A red light flashed, enveloping Nian Bing's body, followed by a silver light, and the two disappeared on the official road at the same time. Half an hour later, there were 2 more people on the official road. One was naturally the complacent Garamandes, and the other. It was Nian Bing, who was covered in dust and whose face was pale. "Why is it like this, Garamandes? You pervert. How can you reflect magic?" Although Nian Bing's voice was filled with anger, it sounded weak. Garamandes chuckled. Do you think your enemy will show mercy to you? If you want to survive better, you have to work hard to think of a way. When will the pearl jade, white jade kanji be made? Nian Bing fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand. The magic he thought of this time was to use the same source of ice and fire, and 2 kinds of mimicry. A total of 4 kinds of magic fused, but the power produced was not as strong as the one that day. What the hell is going on here? Where did it go wrong? Boy, I know what you're thinking. How about this? Turn 2 pots into 3 pots of pearl jade, white jade kanji, and I'll tell you where you went wrong. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, Okay, no problem. 3 pots it is. Tell me quickly. Why was it that I had spent more than 80% of my mana to cast 2 spells of the 7th step and 2 spells of the 6th step, a total of 4 spells of the 6th step, but the power wasn't that much stronger? Although it looked a little more beautiful, the effect was too poor. It was completely disproportionate to the amount of mana consumed. Garamandes laughed and said, You idiot! Do you think it's so easy to fuse magic? Even if you have the same source of ice and fire, when you use 4 kinds of magic, you can't bring out the characteristics of each element of magic. Especially when 4 kinds of magic are used at the same time, there will be repelling or attracting characteristics. These characteristics are very subtle. Even if you use the same magic, there will be different changes every time. Unless your spiritual power is strong enough to withstand higher level magic, why would you use the difficult and undesirable method of fusing 4 kinds of magic? So, I'll tell you a simple theory. Fusing magic is not bad, but fusing 2 kinds of magic is enough. Fusing more kinds of magic will only produce the opposite effect. Just now when you used that magic, I almost laughed out loud. I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself. Fortunately, your strength is not bad, and it was not reversed. In the future, if you do this and become a joke to others, don't say that you followed me. Hearing Garamandes' words, Nian Bing suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, too much fusion is not something I can withstand. Just like a powerful dragon like Garamandes, his strongest magic is only 1 kind of fire element. Why should I pursue too much fusion of magic? It's better to fully grasp the characteristics of each element of magic and use different combinations when facing different enemies. That way the effect will be much better. Understanding this point, Nian Bing's face could not help but reveal a faint smile. At this time, Garamandes' face suddenly changed and said in a deep voice, Wait for me here, don't move. A red light flashed, and his figure disappeared. The moment Garamandes left, Nian Bing's heart tightened, because she clearly felt a heavy murderous intent from Garamandes. This is the first time she felt such an aura since she met Garamandes. Although she did not understand why, she knew that someone who could cause Garamandes to have such a murderous intent and become an enemy of Garamandes was definitely not someone she could deal with. Walking to the side of a big tree and sitting down, Nian Bing slowly recovered the magic she had lost and carefully observed the surrounding movements. Not long after, the red light shone again, Garamandes returned. His handsome face was full of anger. The red light around his body was faintly discernible. Coming in front of Nian Bing, he suddenly hit a big tree with his palm. Immediately, the tree trunk was completely turned into flying ash, covering Nian Bing's face. Scoundrel! Damn, I'll let him run away again. What a scoundrel! He runs faster than a monkey. Garamandes cursed angrily. Nian Bing brushed the dust off her body and asked, What did you find? Garamandes said, Just now I suddenly felt the aura of Muda's bottle of sealing and immediately chased after it, but that guy used spatial magic to escape again. Nian Bing said strangely, Did that guy steal your Muda's bottle of sealing and run around to tease you? Isn't he tired of living? Garamandes shook his head and said no. Although there was also Muda's bottle of sealing, it was not the aura of mine. Although the 7 Muda's bottle of sealing are exactly the same, because they are under the protection of the 7 Dragon Kings, some of them will be tainted. Every single one of them would more or less carry some of our aura. I am certain that the one that appeared just now wasn't mine. It seems that these guys really do have some ability to actually attack the 7 Dragon Kings at the same time. Nian Bing, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink your pearl jade, white jade porridge for the time being. Things are much more serious than I thought. I have to gather the other 6 Dragon King now to see how many of Muda's bottle of sealing have been stolen. The task given to us by the Dragon God must not be sloppy in the slightest. Be careful. I'll come back for you when I'm done with these things. Nianbing looked at Garamandes in surprise. You mean you're leaving now? Garamandes looked at her angrily and said, Haven't you always wanted to be free? What? Now you regret it. Do you still want to go with me to see the other 6 Dragon King? No humans were allowed to enter Draconic World. You're on your own. As for your future training, you just need to follow the rules and meditate to increase your magic power. If you have a chance, look for a top gem. I'll lend you this first. Don't worry, it's easy for me to find you. Be careful to protect your own life. You can't die before you give me back my 3-pearl jade, white jade porridge. The red light turned into silver light, and a dazzling silver light appeared in Garamandes' hand. It was a strange opening. In the center of the weapon was a hexagonal gem. The gem was silver, but the silver light was constantly changing. Every time it changed, it would cause the whole weapon to flash. With the hexagonal silver gem as the center, 6 blades extended outwards. Each blade was about half a foot long, and the silver light flickered. Nianbing didn't doubt its sharpness. Garamandes raised his palm, and the 6-edged silver knife began to spin rapidly in his palm. No matter how he waved his arm, the knife kept flashing as if it was stuck to his palm. The silver light danced along with Garamandes' palm. He murmured a few incantations, and the knife suddenly disappeared. When Nianbing's mind moved, the 6-edged silver knife appeared 100 feet away. It drew a beautiful arc in the air, and all the plants in its path were cut into pieces. The 6 silver blades returned to Garamandes' hand, and it was still spinning. Garamandes said, See clearly now. This saber is very difficult to control. Whether or not you can truly unleash its power is up to you. You should have already noticed that the gem in the center is a top-quality spatial magic gem. The preciousness of spatial magic gems is not inferior to light and darkness gems. Moreover, for the current you, if you can use the camouflage to master spatial magic, the benefits will be the greatest. At least it can help you better save your life. But you have to be careful. Don't cut off your hand before you use it. This blade can be used in many ways. It depends on your wisdom. The blade is called Xuanji. The one who made it was a master blacksmith in ancient times. He completed it with the help of 12 spatial magic tutors. Compared to the Holy Radiance blade, it is a lot more mysterious, but its origin is not small at all. You can experience it yourself. Oh, right, it has its own name. You don't need to give it another name. The divine weapon of 100 transformations, Xuanji blade. With a flash of silver light, it landed at Nianbing's feet. In the next moment, Garamandes' figure disappeared in the red light. I only have one piece of top-quality magic gem. Keep it carefully. Remember the pearl jade, white jade porridge you owe me. Take care of yourself. The voice faded away, and the dragon's breath in the air completely disappeared. He regained his freedom, but at this moment, Nianbing's heart was filled with disappointment. Even he himself did not understand why. But looking at the strangely shaped Xuanji blade on the ground, his heart was filled with reluctance. Garamandes' handsome appearance and joking voice kept echoing in his mind. His heart trembled slightly. Garamandes, you are leaving just like that? Suddenly, Nianbing raised his head and shouted at the blue sky. Garamandes, listen to me. If you don't come to me in 3 months, what I owe you is null and void. His voice was very loud, and it startled the birds in the forest. Nianbing slowly lowered his head after he finished shouting. He muttered to himself, If you can come back in 3 months, I'll definitely cook for you, no matter what the conditions are. In fact, even he himself did not know that after 2 months of contact, Garamandes was both a teacher and a friend in his heart. The sudden separation made him feel a little lost. What was in Morta's seal bottle? Garamandes refused to tell him. What was the secret sealed in the 7 bottles? Nianbing's heart was filled with doubt, but at the same time, he was filled with curiosity. He realized that there were too many things that he did not know about the Yangon continent. They were not on his level. If he wanted to understand everything, he had to start from himself. Nian Bing shook his head hard and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The sense of loss gradually disappeared. After all, Garamandes would still come back. He would definitely be reluctant to part with the delicious food that he had cooked. Now, what he had to do was to go to the capital of the Huarong Empire, Duqian City, and fulfill his promise to Longji. He remembered that he was only 7 years old when he left Duqian City. It had been more than 10 years, and he was finally going back. Nian Bing was not in a hurry. Every time he went to a city, he would rest for a few days to meditate and study magic. When he left Alin City, there were still 3 months before the Five Nations New Magician competition. 3 months was enough for him to hurry on. Just like what he had heard in Alin City, the further he went to the south of the Ottoman Empire, the more barren the surroundings became. When he walked on the road, he would often see desolate scenes. This phenomenon only stopped when Nian Bing entered the Huarong Empire from the southwest of the Ottoman Empire. In the distance, a huge city crawled on the vast plains like a monster. It could no longer be described as a city. Straddling the border between the Ottoman Empire and the Huarong Empire, Taru City was clearly a huge fortress. On both sides of the fortress, the Huarong Empire's army stretched for hundreds of miles. The Huarong Empire's geographical location was extremely good. It was an empire deep in the south, occupying a large amount of fertile land. Moreover, its southwest was facing the sea. Although it bordered the Longmu, Kiru, and Alin empires, the area it needed to defend was not large. The Huarong Empire placed great importance on military affairs. The empire's main fighting force was made up of 4 major armies. They were the Northern Army, which was stationed at the border between the Longmu Empire and the Longmu Empire in the north, the Northeastern Army, which was stationed near Taru City in the northeast, the Eastern Army, which was stationed at the border between the Kiru Empire and the Eastern Army, and the Central Army, which was stationed near the capital, Duqian City. The number of soldiers serving in the empire was no less than 2 million. To the other empires, it would be a huge burden to maintain so many soldiers. However, to the rich Huarong Empire, this was not a difficult matter. For example, when they attacked the surrounding areas, they did not really want to steal anything. More importantly, it was to train the soldiers. After all, soldiers who had never been on the battlefield were not qualified soldiers. The 4 armies of the Huarong Empire were each led by a marshal. Among them, the Central Army was the most powerful. The famous Order of the Flaming Lion was the elite of the elites in the Central Army. What Nian Bing saw now was the Huarong Empire's Northeastern Army, which was stationed at Taru City. Taru City was not like Binglan City, which was controlled by 2 empires. The Huarong Empire's army was stationed here, while the Ottoman Empire's army retreated inland. No matter if it was in terms of equipment, soldiers' pay, or numbers, the Ottoman Empire was far inferior to the Huarong Empire. If it was not for the Longmu Empire, which was also a powerful country, restraining the Huarong Empire, the Huarong Empire would have already opened its flaming lion's mouth and swallowed the Ottoman Empire. Before reaching Taru City, Nian Bing first had to pass through the Huarong Empire's defense line. It would be strictly inspected. If it aroused even a trace of suspicion, it would be banned from the Huarong Empire. However, Nian Bing had his own way of dealing with the inspection. After all, he was a citizen of the Huarong Empire. His understanding of the Huarong Empire was mostly limited to what his father had told him. Although he did not have much love for his motherland, his roots were in Huarong. His memories of the Huarong Empire were deeply engraved in his mind. Standing at the back of the inspection line, Nian Bing looked up at the huge city gate of Taru City that was like the mouth of a giant lion. He murmured, "Huarong, I'm back. After more than 10 years, I'm back. I remember when I left that year, I passed by here. Father, don't worry. If possible, I will definitely take back what we deserve." The inspection was very fast. Most of the civilians and merchants entering the city had a pass issued by the Huarong Empire. With this pass, they could easily enter the city. After all, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble in the Huarong Empire. It was not a time of war. Naturally, the inspection was not very strict. When it was finally Nian Bing's turn, the armored commander spoke to him like he did to the others. "Show me your pass." His tone was not strict. This was because he saw Nian Bing's long blonde hair. Blonde hair was very common in the Huarong Empire. The guard would always be more polite to their own people. Someone once calculated that more than 90% of the upper nobles of the Huarong Empire had blonde hair. Shaking his head, Nian Bing said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I don't have a pass." "You don't?" The guard commander looked at him with some surprise. Nian Bing did not have any luggage on him, and his clothes were very ordinary. However, the guard commander, who had seen a lot of people, sought an unusual temperament from him. "Since you don't have a pass, we need to search your body. Please go over there." As he said that, he pointed to a simple house next to the city gate. Shaking his head again, Nian Bing stretched out his right hand. "I don't think it's necessary." With a poof, a flame burned in the palm of his hand. The flames swayed in the breeze, and suddenly the surrounding temperature rose a few degrees. "I'm a magician." The guard commander's surprise suddenly turned into respect. "So it's Mr. Magician. Please enter the city." After saying that, he hurriedly stepped aside. Nian Bing stepped in and did not encounter any obstacles. The Huarong Empire was a country that worshipped fire. Due to the prosperity of magic in the country, the king and the commoners were very respectful of magicians, especially powerful magicians. Therefore, the king once issued an order that as long as one was a magician, no matter which country they were from, they could enter the Huarong Empire. Especially fire magicians, they were the most popular target in the Huarong Empire. Coupled with Nian Bing's blonde hair, the guards naturally did not stop him. The first feeling he had when he entered Taru City was that it was prosperous. It was a sharp contrast to the Ottoman Empire. The streets were bustling with people, and there was no lack of soldiers on vacation. No matter what kind of business they ran, the business was very good. As a border city, it was actually so prosperous. Perhaps only the Huarong Empire could do so. No one here would be worried about the invasion of foreign enemies. After all, the Huarong Empire's northeast army station here was not to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing sighed. "Is this the air of the motherland?" "My motherland. I'm afraid no one will admit that I belong to the Huarong Empire." As a citizen of the Huarong Empire, he came back this time to represent the Ice Moon Empire to participate in the New Star Magician tournament. To him, this was not considered an irony. Walking on the streets, Nian Bing was looking for a hotel to stay in. There were still 2 months before the magician tournament. Although it was not close to the capital city, he still had half a month to get there. Therefore, he had plenty of time. Nian Bing's mind was filled with magicians. He had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. On the way to the Huarong Empire, he had already decided to use the 3 months before the tournament as his journey to practice magic. Every time he arrived at a place, he would stop for at least a day to practice the various spells that he had thought about on the way, especially the newly obtained 4-star sword, which was the most important part of his practice. Someone once said that warriors were the nemesis of magicians at close range. However, spatial magicians were the nemesis of all warriors. From this, one could see the status of spatial magic in the magic world of the continent. Having spatial magic was equivalent to having a protective talisman in front of warriors. Of course, spatial magicians also had their own weaknesses. Sun meant that their attack power was weaker. Spatial magicians were best at teleportation and imprisonment. Only when they reached the level of Archmage and above would their attacking power gradually show. Suddenly, Nian Bing saw that the people on the streets were rushing in one direction, as if something had happened. He thought to himself, could it be that there was someone in Taru City who dared to make trouble? There couldn't be such a stupid person. The people were surging. Pushed by the flow of people, Nian Bing did not study and moved in that direction. Curiously, he asked a passerby next to him, "What's going on over there? Why is everyone going there?" The passerby said, "Little brother, you must have just arrived here. This is a grand event that only happens once every few years. The Huarong restaurant in the Taru City Square holds a cooking competition every 3 years. It just started today and will last for 3 days. These 3 days, our Taru City will celebrate. Famous chefs from all over the country will come here to participate in the challenge. This competition seems to be second only to the Master Chef tournament in the cooking world. It's a pity not to watch it. Hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to see it. Nian Bing's heart moved. He had never heard Cha Ji mention this Huarong cooking competition. He thought that it had just started in recent years. However, since it was said to be second only to the Master Chef tournament, it should be worth watching. Under the influence of curiosity, he hurriedly followed the flow of people to the Teru Square. From afar, a huge square could be seen. This square was so big that it occupied 1/3 of the area of Teru City. It was originally a drill ground specially used for soldiers, but now it had become the venue for the cooking competition. The whole square was crowded with at least 100,000 people. A large number of guards were maintaining order in the square, so no trouble was caused. In the center of the square, there was a round table with a height of nearly 2 zhang and a diameter of about 15 zhang. The table was covered with a red carpet. Even from below, it was very eye-catching. What surprised Nian Bing the most was that this giant round table could rotate. Around the round table, there were a total of 10 new stoves. Behind them, there were some necessary kitchen tools. Obviously, it could accommodate 10 chefs at the same time for the competition. Seeing such a huge cooking competition, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. As a chef, it was a wonderful thing to be able to show his cooking skills on such a stage. No wonder his master had said that the Huarong Empire had the most outstanding chefs. It seemed that he was not wrong. Perhaps, only in the Huarong Empire would there be such a flourishing cooking world. On both sides of the round table, there was a raised platform with a ceiling. There were chairs placed inside. Obviously, this was where the VIPs were seated. At this time, a dozen people walked up to the giant round platform. From their clothes, it was easy to tell that they were all high-ranking officials of the Huarong Empire. One of them walked up to the round platform. This person was a little fat. He was wearing a red robe with golden edges, which made him look very gorgeous. His small eyes were shining, and he was holding a strange thing in his hand. There seemed to be a magical light shining on it. Everyone, quiet down. Please listen to me. He did not shout at the top of his lungs, but his deep voice easily reached everyone's ears. Nian Bing was shocked. If it was a swordsman-level expert, he could naturally do this with his powerful Do Chi. However, this person clearly didn't use any Do Chi. In an instant, he understood. He secretly cried out in surprise because he found that the object in the person's hand was actually a magic loudspeaker. To be able to emit such a sound, the loudspeaker must be backed by an extremely precious magic gem. It seemed that the cost of this competition was not small. The square gradually quieted down. The 5,000 soldiers in charge of maintaining order appeared to be in an orderly manner. The spears in their hands were pointed at the sky. They were watching the surrounding people at all times to prevent any changes. Fatso looked down at the people below from the rotating platform. He smiled and said, "Hello, everyone. I think that as long as you are a citizen of Teru City, you should recognize me. Yes, I am Hua Long Restaurant's Hua Fei Zi. You can call me Fatso." Fatso, Fatso, Fatso. Suddenly, the audience cheered. Looking at the excited appearance of the commoners, it was clear that this Hua Long Restaurant's Hua Fei Zi was very popular in Teru City. Nian Bing asked a cheering commoner next to her and found out that this Hua Fatso was the owner of the Hua Long Restaurant. He was an extremely easygoing person. Moreover, he was very charitable. Every year, he would donate 80% of the money earned by the Hua Long Restaurant to the government, the military, and the Huarong Empire's Magicians Union. Moreover, he would often introduce some delicious food for the commoners. Therefore, he had an excellent reputation in all aspects. He was even conferred the title of Viscount by His Majesty the King of the Huarong Empire. It was precisely because of him that this Hua Long cooking competition was more popular than the previous one. It was gradually catching up with the influence of the god of cooking competition. Hua Fatso opened his mouth again. "Thank you for your support of this competition. This is already the 4th competition of the Hua Long cooking competition. I, Hua Fatso, am gradually getting old. However, our Huarong Empire's cooking industry is constantly flourishing. I am very honored to be able to see the current prosperity. Well, I don't want to talk nonsense. I don't want you to throw eggs at me." As he spoke, he also made a funny expression, which immediately caused the people below to burst into laughter. Hua Fatso smiled and waited for the people below to stop laughing. Only then did he say, "The rules are the same as before. The competition still has 3 stages: the preliminary round, the semi-final round, and the final round. The preliminary round will be held on the south side of the square, in our Hua Long restaurant. It has already been 10 days. In these 10 days, we have selected over 100 outstanding chefs. They will participate in the semi-final round here. I will choose 3 main ingredients in the semi-final round. These chefs will cook a variety of delicious dishes for everyone to judge. In the end, 10 people will be selected to participate in the final round. The final round will be held the day after tomorrow. All the dishes made in this competition will be presented to the most respectable people of our Huarong Empire. That is, the Northeast Field Army that has always protected our homeland." When he said the last 5 words, he deliberately raised his voice. Suddenly, the whole scene showed an explosion of cheers. The sound waves surged, and even the people outside of Taru City could hear it. The enthusiasm of the atmosphere made Nian Bing very surprised. Chapter 83. From this scene, it could be seen how much the commoners of the Huarong Empire respected the military. With such a culture, how could the empire not be strong? No wonder it could become the strongest country in the continent. A slender man walked out from the crowd. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was slender. His waist was soft when he walked. He wore a white robe that accentuated his handsome face. It was impossible to tell his age from his appearance. Without using a magic loudspeaker, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Fatso Hua. You may not know me, but let me introduce myself. I am a new marshal of the Northeast Army. My name is Arclight." His voice was a little soft, but his voice was even clearer than Fatty Hua's voice when he was using a magic loudspeaker. The crowd was in an uproar. This marshal, who looked like a woman, did not make the people feel disgusted. Most of the people showed strong respect in their eyes. Nian Bing could vaguely hear someone beside her saying, "Heavens, was he the Arclight Marshal, who is also known as the Demon Marshal? He was transferred from the Northern Army to us. This is great. I heard that he is swordsman." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. This marshal, who seemed to be his sister-in-law, actually had the strength of a martial sage. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with since he had been transferred from the Northern Army to be the marshal here. She asked the enthusiastic crowd in a low voice and immediately found out some things about Arclight. It turned out that before Arclight came to the Northeast Army, he was the deputy marshal of the Northern Army. He had led the army to many battles with the Longmu Empire. He was known for his cruelty and bloodthirstiness. It was said that his sword had drunk the blood of thousands. If anyone was fooled by his appearance, they would be the first to die. Now that he was transferred here, it was obvious that he had been promoted. His nickname in the imperial capital was Demon Snake. However, the people of the Huarong Empire were very respectful to him and directly called him the Demon Marshal. On the stage, Demon Marshal Arclight revealed a smile that could mesmerize men. "Well, I won't disturb everyone's appreciation of the gorgeous culinary skills. This time, Hua Fatso and I will be the chief judges. My tongue is very sharp, so the chefs who are preparing to participate in the competition should work hard." After saying that, he nodded slightly to everyone and walked over from behind the round table. The crowd automatically parted to the sides and watched as the Arclight and Guizhou warriors walked up to the left and right stands. At this time, only Hua Fatso was left on the stage. Fatty Hua cleared his throat and smiled faintly, the fat on his face constantly trembling. "I, Fatty Hua, have only one hobby in my entire life. For this hobby, I started learning how to cook when I was 7 years old, and I've worshipped many masters. This year, I have been cooking for 50 years. Now, I only have one wish. It was to promote his culinary skills and let more people eat delicious food. The rewards for this competition are more generous than before. In the previous competitions, we were the ones who recommended the champions to participate in the God of Cookery competition. However, with the increasing influence of the Huarong Culinary Challenge, I discussed with the organizing committee of the God of Cookery competition. This time, the top 3 of the competition will have the opportunity to participate in the God of Cookery competition. At the same time, the rewards have also been increased. The chefs who enter the semifinals will each be rewarded 100 purple gold coins, and the 10 chefs who enter the finals will each be rewarded 500 purple gold coins. The top 3 will be rewarded with 2,000 purple gold coins, 1,500 purple gold coins, and 800 purple gold coins, respectively. Sigh. Hua Fatso is going to go bankrupt again. Those who still want to sign up should hurry up. Today is the last day of registration. His funny appearance caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Nian Bing's heart was beating violently. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He didn't care about the reward. What he cared about was the opportunity to compete with high-level chefs. Whether it was Jiaji's previous narration or his own experience, they all told him that under the pressure of a competition, chefs would often perform in 2 ways. One was to lose their standard due to nervousness, and the other was to exceed their standard and make more delicious food. Without a doubt, Nian Bing belonged to the latter. Without any hesitation, he asked the crowd about the location of the Hua Long restaurant and immediately squeezed out of the crowd. Whether it was the Hua Long Chef Challenge or the God of Cookery competition, he would never give up. The Hua Long restaurant was much more luxurious than Nian Bing had imagined. If the Daiqing Pavilion was the representative of luxuriousness, then the Hua Long restaurant was the peak of luxuriousness. The 11-story building represented the highest level of architecture in the Yangon continent. The entire building was semicircular, like a big mouth facing the Taru Square. The whole building was completely covered in gold. The 4 words Hua Long Restaurant each occupied an area of about 10 feet. The golden brilliance was particularly obvious under the sunlight. Although there were only 4 waitresses at the entrance responsible for receiving guests, their quality was much higher than those at the Daiqing Pavilion. They were all about 1.75 meters tall. Their slender figures were so moving under the white dress. Their beautiful faces were pure and charming. Although they were not as stunning as Feng Nu, they could still be considered as high-class beauties. At the entrance of the restaurant, Nian Bing was just about to enter when he was stopped by his sister-in-law. Her charming face maintained a charming smile. "Sir, I'm sorry. Because of the Hua Long cooking competition, the restaurant is temporarily closed." Nian Bing smiled slightly, his handsome face causing the woman to be slightly stunned. "Hello, I'm here to sign up." The young woman was obviously the head of the 4 women at the entrance. Whether it was her manners or her appearance, she was the best. After a slight loss of composure, she immediately returned to normal. Somewhat surprised, she said, "You want to participate in this competition? But you're so young." The golden age of a chef was between 40 and 50 years old. Whether it was their physical condition or the time and experience of cooking, it was the best. Although there were young people participating in this competition, it was extremely rare. There was only 1 young person who was able to enter the semifinals. Nian Bing nodded and said, "Could it be that the competition has an age limit?" As the saying goes, one's ambition is not determined by one's age. The level of cooking is not used to measure one's talent. The young woman bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry, sir. It's my fault. Please come with me." Her gentle attitude of service immediately increased Ling Nian Bing's favorable impression of her. He nodded with a smile and followed the young woman into the Hua Long restaurant. As soon as they entered, they saw a huge hall. The center of the hall was obviously for reception, and there were hundreds of tables placed on both sides. The decorations were mainly golden, and coupled with a clean red carpet, it looked exceptionally gorgeous. Just the surrounding pillars around the hall were carved with golden dragons. The value was unimaginable. The craftsmanship was very exquisite, and even the dragon's scales could be seen clearly. Under the guidance of a young waitress, Nian Bing was directly brought to the 2nd floor. According to the waitress, the entire 2nd floor was the kitchen of the Hua Long restaurant. Sure enough, when they arrived at the 2nd floor, Nian Bing was shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire 2nd floor was made up of kitchens, and it was divided into several parts. The largest part was where ordinary chefs cooked. At this moment, the preliminary round of the Hualong culinary competition was being held here. At least 100 chefs were working hard in order to enter the semi-finals and show their faces on the huge round platform. There were also many people waiting on the side. Beside the chefs who were cooking, some people in blue clothes were patrolling back and forth. Each of them held a board in their hands and were constantly recording something on it. Sir, look, this is the competition venue. The innermost part is the judging panel. After the dishes are finished, they will be sent to taste and judge, and they will decide whether or not they can enter the semifinals. The beautiful waitress explained to Nian Bing. Nian Bing's handsome appearance made her more talkative than usual. Nian Bing nodded and said, "Then what's the place that's been separated? Is it also the kitchen?" The beautiful waitress said, "Yes, that is the place where the senior chefs of our Hualong restaurant cook. In this competition, our Hualong restaurant also sent 3 chefs to participate, and they have already entered the semifinals. All right, I will take you to sign up." Under her guidance, the two of them came to a small room beside the kitchen hall. There was an old man sitting in the room who looked to be 60 or 70 years old. Lazily leaning on the back of the chair, he was dozing off. His appearance was very ordinary, and there was no difference between him and an ordinary old man, but there was a small sarcoma on his forehead. Seeing this scene, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel moved. The beautiful waitress walked to the old man's side. Respectfully, she said, "Elder Ling, someone has signed up." The old man opened his eyes, and when he saw the young girl, he immediately revealed a kind smile. "Girl, it's you again. Are you tired standing outside? I already told Hua Fatso to change your workplace, but you refused. Really, it's not good for your skin to stand outside all the time." The young girl faintly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. If you have time, can't you make some good food for us to eat?" Nian Bing took a step forward and said, "Hello, I want to sign up for the competition." The old man's gaze turned to Nian Bing, and when he saw his handsome appearance, he couldn't help but frown. "You want to sign up, right? What is your name, and do you have any cooking skills that you are good at? This is a cooking competition, and we don't accept cooked wheaten fu masters and cold spices masters to sign up. My name is Nian Bing, and I don't have any special skills. I can cook most dishes." The old man curled his lips. "Young man, your tone is not small. All right, I want to see what skills you have. There is no fee for signing up for this competition, but you will need to pass my test." As he said that, he took out a shiny wooden tablet from under the table and handed it to Nian Bing, saying, "No matter what method you use, you have to neatly engrave your name on it. I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Nian Bing took the wooden tablet but didn't move. His gaze fell on the old man's hands, which were definitely not a pair of hands that should appear on someone of his age. The old man's hands were slender and white, emitting a faint glow. His hands were glowing, and his nails were extremely neatly trimmed. Even though his hands didn't have prominent joints, Nian Bing could clearly feel that they were filled with explosive power. He subconsciously exclaimed, "Spiritual Chef Na Yen." Hearing these 4 words, the old man's eyes lit up, and the contempt from before completely disappeared. "You know me?" Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "I didn't expect to see you here. Let me finish your test first." Holding the wooden tablet in his left hand, he extended his right index finger, and a faint blue light condensed on it. Nian Bing waved his hand, and 2 words appeared on the wooden tablet. These 2 words were completely natural, without the slightest trace of carving, yet they were deeply confined within the wooden tablet. Spirit Chef Nayan didn't look at the wooden tablet in Nian Bing's hand, but size him up, "There aren't many people who can recognize you, and I don't think we've met before. How'd you do it?" Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "This isn't difficult. Spirit chefs seem to have 2 titles. One is the double head chef, the other is the jade hand chef. Although these 2 titles aren't as illustrious as the name Spirit Chef, I saw these 2 characteristics on you. After a bold guess, I actually hit the jackpot." Nayan deeply glanced at Nian Bing. "So you should be the disciple of an old friend. There aren't many people who know of these 2 titles of mine. Who's your master?" Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "Senior Spirit Chef, you don't have to ask me now. You'll naturally understand once you watch my competition. The reason I didn't say it wasn't because I didn't respect you, but because I was afraid of weakening my master's name. May I ask where I should participate in the preliminaries? As he spoke, he extended his hand in front of Na Yin. At this moment, the female attendant at the side noticed that Yin Bing's hand was actually extremely similar to Na Yan's, similarly slender and smooth, and even slightly more lustrous. Na Yan's eyes repeatedly flickered. I didn't expect to meet the disciple of an old friend. Young man, you're very interesting. Ling Dang, take him directly to the semi-finals to register, and say that I said he doesn't have to participate in the preliminaries. The attendant, Ling Dang, was stunned and said, Elder Ling, this isn't good. It doesn't conform to the rules. Na Yin indifferently smiled and said, I'm here for the assessment. Yuli girl, if you go and watch the competition, you'll understand what I mean. Young man, you have to work hard. I hope to see you in the finals. Don't be careless. Among the people participating in the competition this time, there are some that even I don't have the confidence to defeat. Yin Bing's heart was startled. Even the spirit chef god, ranked fourth among the 5 gods of cookery, said this. It could be seen that the strength of the competition's opponents were strong. She immediately nodded her head in agreement. Ling Dang brought Yin Bing to register, but the spirit chef Na Yan's eyes revealed deep emotions. Old ghost, I haven't seen you for several decades. I didn't expect your disciple to actually come out of the mountain. Although he didn't say it clearly, how could I not recognize the technique that evolved from his ghost condor knife technique? The successor of the continent's #1 ghost chef also came to participate in the competition. It seems that I can't sit still here. Smoothly obtaining the qualifications for the semi-finals, Yin Bing was arranged to be on the second day of the competition. After asking, she found out that there were no more people signing up. In the past 10 days, there were a total of 130 chefs who had entered the semi-finals. Finally, after a cooking show on the round stage outside, after a comprehensive evaluation, only 10 people entered the finals. On the last day of the competition, they would compete together to determine the ranking. The competition was very simple. The preliminary round was to process the materials stipulated by Hua Long, and the semi-finals was to cook a dish that one was good at. The final competition would be divided into 3 rounds. The first round was for the people of Hua Long to choose the materials to process. The second round was for the examiners to propose various requirements for the finalists to complete. The last round was free to do as one wished. Holding the wooden sign with the symbol, Yin Bing left Hua Long restaurant. Since her competition was tomorrow, then she would watch the competition of others. As for what dish she would cook tomorrow, Yin Bing was not worried at all. After all, for a chef of her ability, there was no flaw in her self-confidence. Today, Ling Yin Bing's biggest gain was that she met the spirit chef Na Yin. Jia Ji had once told her that although the 5 gods of cooking were ranked one after the other, in fact, the difference in cooking skills between them was very small. Everyone had their own unique skills. Yin Bing now very much wanted to see Na Yan's cooking skills. Only by competing with a master chef would she be able to help her the most. The semi-finals in the Chiru Square were already in full swing. When Yin Bing came to the square again, she was already unable to squeeze into the crowd to watch closely. The surging tide of people was not noisy. It seemed that the people here all understood that only by giving the chefs the best environment could they see the best cooking skills. Fortunately, Yin Bing's eyesight was amazing after eating the snake gall. Although the distance was very far, she was barely able to see it clearly. After some observation, Yin Bing was shocked to discover that the chefs who had made it into the semi-finals were all rather capable. Not only were they skilled in cooking, but the creativity they displayed in their culinary skills was something that ordinary chefs couldn't compare to. All kinds of gorgeous cooking skills were constantly displayed on the competition stage. Seeing this, Yin Bing did not shrink back in the slightest. Instead, she was very excited. She knew that her decision to participate in the competition was very correct. Every chef here had something to learn from him. After all, high-level chefs could not be compared to ordinary chefs. Although there were only 10 people cooking on the stage, because the height of the competition stage was suitable Coupled with their profound cooking skills, the fragrance actually covered most of the area of the Taru Square. The competition went on round after round. Because the competition stage was always rotating slowly, Nian Bing could not see the movements of everyone clearly. However, just by observing a part of it, she was already inspired by it. In particular, some of the chefs used special methods when cooking, which made her greatly admire them. When it came to the fifth round of the semifinals, Nian Bing's eyes lit up. She saw a young man who was about the same age as her. Although this person's appearance was ordinary, his body exuded a familiar feeling. When the fifth round of the semifinals began, the others were already busy cooking their own dishes, but he did not move. Instead, he concentrated on a few simple vegetables on the kitchen table. His eyes were very calm, but very focused, as if he wanted to see through the vegetables on the kitchen table and see the expression on his face. Nian Bing knew that she had met the strongest opponent after Zixio. She was too familiar with this expression. Only top-level chefs could have this kind of expression. Perhaps feeling Nian Bing's concentration, the young man raised his head. His eyes just happened to meet with Nian Bing's. The light in their eyes ignited intense sparks in the air. The young man pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth rose. Nian Bing threw a provocative look at him. Nian Bing looked at him calmly. At this time, the young man's hand moved. Phantom. Nian Bing saw a phantom in her eyes. The young man's simple right hand actually brought out a phantom in the air. In an instant, the vegetables on the kitchen table disappeared. At this time, his eyes were still looking at Nian Bing. The afterimages of the hands filled the air. Aside from not being able to block the gaze that was like a cold star, they actually completely blocked the young man's body. It was as if there were thousands of hands waving continuously. Every time they waved, they would bring about several colors. Those were the colors of vegetables. The audience below also noticed this strange scene. Their eyes immediately focused on the young man. Nian Bing exclaimed in her heart, "Phantom split 1,000 slicing hands." She actually saw one of the 7 great forbidden hands in this competition. This phantom split 1,000 slicing hands was ranked 5th among the 7 great forbidden hands. It was slightly inferior to the mysterious jade hands. From the young man's proficiency and his free and easy movements, Nian Bing could clearly feel that this young man had completely grasped the mystery of the 1,000 slicing hands. Needless to say, this young man was definitely a genius chef. When Nian Bing wanted to see what this young man could do, it was a little too late. This was because the round table had already spun in another direction. When the round table turned again, the young man's hands had already stopped moving. He quietly left the round table, leaving behind a plate of colorful vegetables. Looking at this dish, Nian Bing knew that this young man would definitely be able to enter the finals on the last day. It wasn't just because of the appearance of the 1,000 slicing hands. Just the perfect combination of the vegetables and the oil was enough to tell her everything. The 5th round of the semifinals ended. The results would only be announced on the 2nd day of the competition. Just before the 6th round of the semifinals began, Nian Bing's mental strength suddenly stirred. She felt that someone was looking at her. Subconsciously, she turned around to look. She discovered that not far behind her, the young man who had displayed the phantom split 1,000 slicing hands was looking at her. His face revealed a trace of a smile. Nian Bing turned around and slowly walked in front of the young man. The two of them stared at each other. As they got closer, Nian Bing could clearly feel that this young man wasn't ordinary. He had an ordinary appearance, but he exuded an otherworldly aura. It was a little out of proportion to his body. His hands were about an inch long, and his hands were very big. They were also a little out of proportion to his body. His fingernails were about an inch long, and they were sparkling like jade. They looked extremely clean. Nian Bing knew that people who were proficient in the phantom split 1,000 cut hands would not use a kitchen knife. His hands were the best weapons. "Hello. Your performance just now was very exciting." Nian Bing took the initiative to greet the other party. The young man smiled indifferently and said, "Since you were able to look at him from the beginning, I presume you are also a fellow practitioner?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "My semifinals will be tomorrow." The young man smiled slightly. I am called Little Tian. I am Yin Bing. I am very pleased to meet you. I think we will meet in the finals. Little Tian smiled confidently. Although his smile was somewhat provocative, it was not annoying. With me here, I am afraid you can only be third place. I will do my best in the finals. Third place? Yin Bing looked at him with some surprise. Little Tian pursed his lips in the direction of the semi-final stage and said, "Although I have not seen your skills, you will not be able to surpass me. But I don't think you can surpass her, but I believe that she can't beat me." Yin Bing turned around to look. The sixth semi-finals had already begun. There was no need for Little Tian to point it out. He already knew who Little Tian was talking about. It was a young girl with the same ordinary appearance as Little Tian. She wore a pure white chef's uniform and looked so clean. The young girl on the stage did not observe with great concentration like Little Tian. However, a faint layer of light rose in front of her. It was a gentle and bright light. It was not magic. The light and shadow were brought out by her pair of nimble little hands. If Little Tian's hands were big, then this young girl's hands were small. Her pure white hands were abnormally white. In front of her was a cauliflower. Under the effect of her small hands, the cauliflower was being broken into small, even pieces. The light was produced because she was too fast, and the luster on her hands was illuminated by the sunlight. Yin Bing said with some astonishment, "This should be the white snow floating heavenly spirit hand. This is the extinct legacy of Spirit Chef Senior Yin. The white snow floating heavenly spirit hand. It was ranked 6th among the 7 great forbidden hands. It was an effective method to cut any material. It was said that as long as a material was cut by the heavenly spirit hand, it would be imbued with spirituality." Of course, Yin Bing knew that this saying was wrong. In fact, the heavenly spirit hand's greatest characteristic was that it could bring out the advantages of the material in an instant. It was the best preparation method before cooking. Just from the material aspect, it was above the 1,000 cutting hands. It was just that the 1,000 cutting hands could be used in a wider range, which was why it was ranked above it. The young girl's movements were not obvious. It was far from Little Tian's gorgeous technique. However, her calmness told Yin Bing clearly that this was an extremely strong opponent. Moreover, she definitely had an inseparable relationship with Spirit Chef Na Yin. If it was said that Zi Qingming had only learned 30% of Zi Xiu's cooking skills, then Yin Bing was sure that this young girl had at least 80% of Spirit Chef Na Yin's strength. No wonder Na Yin himself did not participate in the competition. It turned out that he already had a suitable successor. It seemed that he was not without opponents in the younger generation. She's called Momo. She's Spirit Chef Na Yan's niece. She started learning cooking from Na Yan when she was 5 years old. It's said that not only did she completely inherit Na Yan's cooking skills, she even surpassed them. This time, she has always been my greatest opponent before coming to participate in the Chinese Dragon competition. Of course, now there's also you. Even so, I will still win." Little Tian's voice was full of confidence. Yin Bing turned around and looked at him. She said indifferently, "Let's see who's the real deal in the competition. Saying anything now is unnecessary." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the plaza. To him, there was no need to continue watching. He had already seen what he needed to see. Little Tian's challenge had aroused Yin Bing's desire to battle. Looking at Yin Bing's departing figure, Little Tian smiled. "As expected of someone who I consider to be my opponent. It seems that the world of cooking is full of newcomers. His hands seem to be very special. I just don't know what he's good at." Just as Yin Bing left, 2 more people appeared in the viewing area. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in white robes. He brought a petite young girl to the rostrum and sat down beside Devil Martial Arclight. Arclight turned his head and revealed an excited smile. "Old Shi, you're finally here. Don't look at me like that. Don't you think you're disgusting?" The middle-aged man's words shocked everyone in the VIP seats. It wasn't the first time they saw someone who dared to speak to Demon Martial Arclight like that. Arclight didn't seem to hear the other party's sarcasm. He chuckled and said, "Old Shi, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're not the same as before. I just didn't expect you to really come. This isn't your style." The middle-aged man said unhappily, "Do you think I wanted to come here? I had no choice but to be tortured by Kitty." The middle-aged man was the continent's only dragon summoner, Hillard. Naturally, his beloved daughter, Kitty, came with him. Kitty blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Arclight. "Little magic snake. My pet just so happens to be lacking a little snake." Arclight seemed to be a little afraid of Kitty. His expression changed, and he smiled bitterly. "Kitty, you should call me uncle." Kitty looked at him curiously and said, "But even Daddy doesn't know whether you're uncle or auntie. Daddy said that a man who doesn't like women can't be called uncle." "Little magic snake, I heard that your magic snake guard has increased again. Can you take me to play?" Arclight felt a chill in his heart. He clearly remembered the last time Kitty was playing in his famous demonic snake guards in Hua Rong Empire. It seemed that a fox had casually urinated in the guards, and as a result, it attracted the master's magical beast, causing the whole demonic snake guards to be in a mess. Some of them had accidentally drunk the water in the tank where the fox had urinated. They had to lie in bed for a whole month before they could regain their fighting strength. In his eyes, Kitty was definitely a little wish. Kitty, I sent the magic snake guard out on business. Let's talk about it later." Kitty blinked her big eyes. "Really? But we clearly saw them when we came. I even let the fox and the cow go into play." Arclight's expression changed greatly. He stood up abruptly and looked at Hillard. However, Hillard was looking at the chefs competing on the round table as if everything had nothing to do with him. Arclight coughed awkwardly and said, "You guys watch first. I have something to deal with first." His figure flashed and disappeared, leaving behind a faint silver light on the spot where he had been standing. Kitty giggled. "Daddy, little magic snake is so interesting." His face became so pale. Chapter 84. Hillard looked at his beloved daughter dotingly and said, "You're just making trouble for me." Although Arclight is not like a man in some aspects, his strength is definitely in the top 10 in the Huarong Empire. "I'm afraid he can't do anything to you. Don't tease him in the future. After all, he's a dignified marshal." Kitty snorted and said, "No, I want to tease him. Who asked him to acknowledge me as his goddaughter last time?" Hillard said helplessly, "You little girl, you're making trouble for me as soon as you go out. Next time, if I find out that you let that slutty fox pee everywhere, I'll castrate it." Kitty giggled and said, "Dad, you won't. The fox is very smart. It's the first of my pets to enter the second stage. How can you bear to let it go?" Hillard glared at Kitty and said, "I'm regretting teaching you summoning more and more now. You little girl, you simply want to see the world in chaos. This time, if it weren't for the great improvement in your spiritual power and the evolution of your pets to the second stage, I wouldn't have brought you out to play. You better behave, or I'll bring you home early." Kitty stuck out her cute little tongue and said, "Okay, I'll be good. But Dad, do you think Brother Nianbing will come to participate in this Hualong culinary competition? If he comes, he'll definitely be the champion, right?" Hillard snorted and said, "As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. Although Nianbing's culinary skills are good, he may not be able to win against everyone." Kitty's eyes showed a trace of confusion and muttered, "I wonder how Brother Nianbing is now. I really want to eat his barbecue." Hillard said, "You won't have much chance to see him in the future. Don't forget, he's a chef. If you hang out with him, sooner or later, he'll make dishes out of your pets." Kitty retorted, "No way. Brother Nianbing has the best heart. I don't want Kitty to be sad." Looking at his daughter's persistent expression, Hillard was shocked. He thought to himself, "Is it right to bring Kitty out this time? If I really meet Nianbing, what will I do? Kill him? No, it was better to go back as soon as possible." In a corner of the Teru Square, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard in front of Tall Man, attracting curious gazes from the surrounding people from time to time. The man was over 2 meters tall, and his short gray hair looked very unique, especially his pair of black eyes. Its eyeballs were completely black. His body was very thin, and he looked to be around 30 years old. His face was chiseled, and although he was very thin, his body seemed to be made of steel. It was clear and gave people a sense of sturdiness. Dressed in a black shirt and pants, he looked a little cold. His hands were propped up behind his back to protect his front. In the place where he saw the protection, there was a little girl about the same age as Kitty. She had a head of dark blue hair, combed into a braid, and a pair of dark green eyes that looked very attractive. Her overly white skin showed a color that was not considered healthy. On her beautiful little face, there was a trace of evil smile, which was not a smile that could be displayed at her age. "Brother Ping Chao, I want to eat the food they make. It looks delicious." The girl looked up at the tall man who was half a body taller than her and said. The tall man's expression was still cold, and he said lightly, "No, miss, I have to ensure your safety." The girl was dissatisfied. Suddenly, she stepped on Ping Chao's toes, and at the same time, she pinched his inner thigh with her hand. Ping Chao's face suddenly changed. His pale face was slightly distorted, but he didn't move. It seemed that he was used to the girl's actions. "I told you to call me Yu. If you call me miss again, I will pinch your philtrum." After saying that, Yu maliciously glanced at a certain part of Ping Chao's body. Ping Chao's face changed greatly, and he coughed. "Yes, miss, I will call you Yu. Yu then turned back to watch the competition on the stage with satisfaction, but the wicked smile on the corner of her mouth became more intense. At this moment, Yu suddenly saw a petite figure running onto the competition's round stage. No one stopped her. That figure moved quickly. Unexpectedly, she had a pair of chopsticks in her hand. She kept picking up the dishes on the kitchen table and stuffing them into her mouth. While stuffing them, she was also muttering something. Yu's eyes showed anger, and she stamped Ping Chao's feet. You see, why could she go up and eat, but I can't? I don't care, I want to eat too." After saying that, she was about to walk towards the crowd. Ping Chao's huge black cloak unfolded, and Yu came back and said in a low voice, "Don't make trouble. We should go back." "Yu, did you forget what the Moon Lord said before we came out?" Yu glared hatefully at Ping Chao. Her small mouth pouted, but in the end, she did not refute. She used her hand to pinch Ping Chao hard at a convenient place. Only then did she unwillingly turn around and leave. Before leaving, she fiercely glared at the petite girl on the stage. She already had a plan in mind. The one eating on the stage was Kitty. As she ate, she criticized the chef's cooking skills. Most of her comments were only one sentence. "It's not as good as my big brother Nian Bing's cooking." There were many people in charge of security, but when Kitty went on stage, no one stopped her. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop her, but when Kitty walked past them, the guards felt their minds go blank, and they just watched her walk up. The last person Kitty tasted was Momo, who little Tion had praised earlier. "Wow, big sister, your cooking is so good. It's so soft and fragrant." Momo looked at the girl in front of her in surprise and smiled. "Is it good? Then you should eat more." At this moment, the guards had already noticed Kitty, the little troublemaker, and they all rushed up the stage. Kitty stuffed 2 mouthfuls of cauliflower into her mouth and smiled at Momo. "Big sister, I still want to eat your cooking next time. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, she skipped down the round platform. When she passed by the guards, the same thing happened again. The guards could only watch her leave in a daze. If it was someone else, the people below would probably be unhappy, but Kitty was really too cute. Every action of hers would make the spokesperson feel pity for her. Unexpectedly, no one expressed any dissatisfaction because of her. Hillard frowned and looked at his daughter, who ran back. He said in a low voice, "Did I teach you mental magic so that you can steal food?" Kitty grabbed her father's soft and wide hand and said coquettishly, "Didn't Mommy always say that this family is a gluttonous kitten? Daddy, if you scold me again, I'll tell Mommy when I get back. She'll let you sleep on the floor." The muscles on Hillard's face twitched. You only know how to use Mommy to pressure me." Kitty giggled and said, "Mommy said that you have tracheitis." "Daddy, what does tracheitis mean?" Hillard was speechless. As a powerful dragon summoner, he could not do anything about it. Perhaps only his daughter and wife could do that. If the two of them were to broadcast together, he would be completely defeated. After leaving the Taru Square, Nian Bing didn't go far. He found a hotel nearby and stayed there. He still had a lot of money left from selling the scrolls. Although the price of this hotel wasn't cheap, he didn't care too much about it. Fortunately, the hotel was worth it. The clean and tidy environment and the spacious room that was bathed in sunlight gave Nian Bing a good impression. After eating a simple meal, he crossed his legs on the bed and meditated while thinking about what happened today. Little Tian and Momo were respectively good at the phantom split thousand cut hands and the white snow floating heavenly spirit hands. The heavenly spirit hands was the famous skill of spirit chef Na Yin, but the split thousand cut hands was not a skill that any of the five god chefs were good at. The origin of mini heaven and earth was still a mystery to Nian Bing. However, from little Tian's strong confidence, Nian Bing could tell that his cooking skills were not as simple as the thousand cut hands. However, Nian Bing didn't think too much of it because of his confidence. After all, he thought that no matter how good little Tian's cooking skills were, it couldn't be compared to hunchback god chef Xiao. Casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Nian Bing slowly closed his eyes and entered a deeper state of meditation. He only left a trace of spiritual energy outside his body to maintain vigilance. Before entering the state of meditation, he had already used a magic scroll to lay down a barrier around his body. Ever since he had obtained the Six Lights divine ability, the Four Stars Blade, his attainments in magic formations had improved by leaps and bounds. After all, with a better understanding of space, magic formations could be inscribed with endless transformations. Ever since he had made a breakthrough in the origin of ice and fire, it had become a habit for Nian Bing to meditate for a long time every day. He was not a person who liked to be quiet, but the benefits of meditation were too obvious. The origin of ice and fire produced a strong attraction to the magical elements, which allowed him to achieve twice the results with half the effort during meditation. Every time he meditated, he would have a new feeling, and his magical energy was significantly improved. It was precisely because of these reasons that Nian Bing's interest in long-term meditation increased greatly. This time, before participating in the Magician's Rising Star competition, he must hurry to Tiandu City as soon as possible, and then meditate in seclusion until the start of the competition. Meditation caused Nian Bing's spirit to become abnormally focused. Red and blue magical elements continuously rushed into his body. In the best state of magic, his magical energy was increasing bit by bit. Now, he had completely stabilized his cultivation as a magic shooter. Time always passed very quickly during meditation. Unknowingly, the sky outside had already darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared. It was already late at night. Nian Bing, who was in the middle of meditation, suddenly felt a slight movement of his spiritual energy. A trace of magical fluctuation awakened him from his meditation. He opened his eyes. The darkness in the room did not affect his vision. He released his spiritual energy and carefully felt the magical fluctuation. The magical fluctuation brought a cold feeling. The target was not him, but toward the east of Takian City. It was already so late. How could there be a magician moving? Moreover, judging from the movement speed of the magical fluctuation, it did not seem like an ordinary magician. Could it be a wind magician? No, that cold feeling was not from the few types of magic that he had come into contact with. It seemed to have an evil aura. Could it be a dark magician? As soon as he thought of the dark magician, Nian Bing remembered the stolen sealing bottle of Miordis. Out of curiosity, he opened the window and cast a blizzard on himself. He suddenly accelerated and chased in the direction of the magical fluctuation. Nian Bing flew very high. With his current magical power and spiritual energy, he could maintain the blizzard for a long time. Relying on the perception of his spiritual energy, he soon caught up with the magical fluctuation. There were two people. The person in front was covered by a large black cloak. She did not look tall. Her body seemed to be flying close to the ground. There was no feeling of jumping. Behind her, there was a tall man. Every time his toes touched the ground, he would move at least 10 feet horizontally. He was easily following the person in front. The magical fluctuation that Nian Bing felt before was emitted by the person in front. Seeing the real appearance of the two people, he was even more certain that the two people were emitting a dark aura. They seemed to be emitting a faint black mist, and that cold aura was full of evil. Nian Bing did not disturb them. He quietly followed them in the distance. He took out the 4-star saber from his spatial ring. Using the same source of ice and fire, he completely restrained his aura with a 4-star saber. There were actually dark magicians in Taru City. What are they going to do? After a short time, the two people suddenly stopped. The person in front took off the cloak on her head, revealing a long dark blue braid. The place where they stopped was a very good-looking inn. The blue-haired girl looked around. Seeing that there were no pedestrians, she stretched out her white and tender hands and began to carve something on the wall. Nian Bing looked from afar and was surprised to find that it was a magic array that he had never seen before. A faint black mist was constantly drifting out from the magic array and into the inn. Judging from the other party's magical fluctuations, the magic power was not very strong, but this dark magic was really strange. The mist seemed to have a life of its own and was moving in a direction inside the inn. Nian Bing hesitated in his heart. Should he come forward? Dark magicians were extremely rare on the continent. Perhaps he could find some clues about the sealed bottle of Mortis. At this time, a low roar sounded. Moo moo. The black mist that poured into the inn flew back. The girl was obviously surprised and turned her head to look at her companion. The side door of the inn opened and a charming and lazy voice sounded. Who is so annoying to disturb other people's sleep at night? Kitty, whose black hair was a little messy, came out of the side door riding a cow and just happened to meet the dark magician. Seeing Kitty appear, Nian Bing in the distant sky could not help but be stunned. He had a very good impression of Kitty, this cute little girl. When he saw her appear, his heart was suddenly happy. But on second thought, he realized that the dark magician had come for Kitty. Where is Hillard? Could it be that Kitty had snuck out again? Yu was depressed. When she woke up, she was going to use the hypnotism that she was good at to knock Kitty out and then catch her out to play with her. But she didn't expect that her hypnotism didn't work at all. Instead, it let her out. She looked at Ping Chao and raised her head. Little girl, you dare to eat during the day. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Kitty rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Yu. Who are you calling a little girl? Are you older than me? Yu snorted and a light flashed in her hand. Then, a small and exquisite magic staff appeared in her hand. The magic staff was about a foot long, and a blue gem was inlaid on top of it. Then, a faint black fog started to revolve around Yu as soon as the magic staff appeared. Kitty also noticed the change, but instead of being afraid, she shouted excitedly. Dark magicians. Dad said that dark magicians are the most difficult to deal with. Today I actually met 2 of them. That's great. Hey, who are you? Yu still raised her head and said, I'm the beautiful, generous, gentle, and evil super witch Yu who is loved by everyone. What about you? Kitty stuck out her tongue and said without showing any weakness, What's super witch? At most a little witch. Me, I am gentle and lovely, Tian Xiang, beautiful super summoner Kitty. Yu froze for a moment and said in surprise, You're a teacher? Kitty proudly said, How about it? Are you afraid? Yu snorted and said, Afraid of your head? You can only summon a cow. I'll let you see my power, lost sheep. Under the guidance of the great darkness. Be prepared, the darkness will. Yu's incantation was only half finished when suddenly a white light flashed in Kitty's eyes. A sharp sound abruptly interrupted Yu's incantation. The dark magic elements that she had condensed also dissipated. Ping Chao whispered, Spiritual magic. Miss, oh no, Yu, be careful. Yu is not convinced. What's so great about it? Isn't it just interrupting my magic? Kitty, if you have the ability, find a place where no one is around and have a fight with me. If you lose, you have to recognize me as your sister. In the future, if you have anything delicious, you have to give it to me first. Ping Chao almost choked on her own saliva when she heard Yu's words. Great Moon Lord, how could your daughter be like this? Kitty snappily snorted and said, Who cares about you? I still want to sleep. How long will it take to deal with you? Cow attack. The huge black and white body of the cow suddenly stood up. Kitty grabbed its 2 ears to stabilize her body. 8 white lights shot out and went straight to Yu and Ping Chao. Ping Chao's figure flashed and blocked in front of Yu. Her black cloak was raised horizontally and blocked the 8 white lights. In an instant, Ping Chao's eyes turned into a strange red. Her body seemed to swell a little. 2 fangs came out of her mouth. She stared at Kitty and seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Kitty looked at Ping Chao's red eyes and couldn't help but feel a little scared. She took a step back and quickly chanted, "I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Tian Tian. I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Tian Tian. I summon you in the name of Shi Yun. Come out, my pet Guan." Suddenly, the huge mouse, the obscene fox, and the pink and tender pig appeared one after another in the faint halo. Seeing this, Nian Bing, who was in the air, could not help but laugh. After not seeing each other for half a year, Kitty still had these precious pets protecting her. However, in terms of attack power, her pets were indeed not very strong. It seemed like only that little pig Guan Guan was more powerful. The fox's first action, as soon as it appeared, was to jump on the head of the cow. It seemed to have sensed the existence of danger. It blinked its small eyes and looked around. The fox had some changes compared to the last time Yin Bing saw it. Its body was a little bigger, and the fiery red fur on its body looked more lustrous, especially its eyes, which looked very cunning. Seeing the fox, Nian Bing's first thought was that it had attracted the golden-backed Dragon King when it peed. Wasn't Hillard going to let the Dragon King be Kitty's pet? Why didn't Kitty summon it? Yu pushed Ping Chao away and looked at Kitty curiously. "Are these all your summoned beasts? They're so cute." Kitty pushed Ping Chao away and looked at Kitty curiously. "These are all your summoned beasts? They're so cute," Kitty said proudly. "Of course, they are my 4 summoned beasts. How about it? Are you scared? If you're willing to call me sister, I'll let you go. In the future, you have to give me good food first." Yu snorted and said, "A cow, a pig, a mouse, and a fox. What's there to be afraid of? I'll let you see my power." As she said that, she reached into her pocket and took out a dark green skull. The skull was glowing with a gloomy green light and looked a little gloomy. Yu's hand shook and she threw the skull out. Suddenly, there was a loud whistling sound in the air. Countless black gas spewed out from the skull and wrapped around Kitty and her pets. Kitty blinked her big cute eyes. "Tian Tian go." The big mouse, Tian Tian, suddenly jumped up, its body emitting a layer of gray light. It exposed its sharp teeth and pounced directly at the skull. The black light could not penetrate the gray light around its body. Yu's eyes showed a trace of disdain, and she said softly, "Explode." The green skeleton that was charging forward suddenly stopped in midair. The black air that was originally surrounding it suddenly condensed into a ball. Unexpectedly, it was also in the shape of a skeleton, but it was much larger than the dark green skeleton. The skeleton instantly rushed forward and directly rushed in front of Tian Tian. Tian Tian plunged into the black skull. The gray light around its body suddenly dimmed. Kitty exclaimed and hurriedly shouted, "Tian Tian, go back. Guan, beast blood boil." The little pig Guan jumped out of Kitty's arms. Its originally pink body instantly turned red. Its 2 small pig eyes shone brightly. In an instant, it emitted a strong king's aura. Its body swelled a bit, and the red light around its body revealed a faint golden light. It let out a sharp cry unique to pigs. It lowered its head and rushed forward. At that time, relying on Guan Guan's boiling beast puppet, it had once temporarily repelled the gold-backed Earth Dragon King. Its charging power was much stronger than the big mouse Tian Tian. The king's chi around its body was instantly released, and it actually tore that black skull to pieces. The pig head directly collided with the dark green skull's body. With a bang, the sturdy dark green skull was sent flying back. Guan's charging momentum did not change. It's huge but twisted in the air and directly rushed towards Yu. Yu blinked. The magic staff in her hand suddenly disappeared. A big dark green hand appeared in front of her. She muttered a few incantations. The big hand seized the opportunity when Guan's charging momentum was not fierce. The king's aura around its body also decreased. Guan Guan kept struggling, and the squeals of the pig sounded a little ear-piercing. Faintly, you controlled the big hand to grab Guan Guan in front of her and pinched its pig nose. "You little fat pig, what are you squeaking for? You dare to fly my green head, I'll spank your butt." As she spoke, she held Guan's little tail with one hand and lifted it upside down. Her small hand slapped its pink pig, but a few times. Kitty angrily said, "Don't bully my Cheen pet." Yu snorted and hit Guan 2 more times. "I just want to bully it. What about it? If you admit defeat and call me sister, I'll let it go." Kitty was very anxious. When she didn't know what to do, she suddenly saw Guan's body turn red again. The originally anxious little face suddenly showed an excited expression. "You can hit it. Anyway, Guan is not obedient. You can teach a lesson for me." Yu was stunned. At this time, Ping Chao, who had been standing beside Yu, suddenly shouted, "Be careful." He stepped forward and cut off the connection between Yu and the big magic hand. His right palm waved, and an explosion sounded. Guan flew up together with the big magic hand at the same time. In an instant, the dark night seemed to be illuminated. The dazzling golden light was instantly released. The dark green magic hand was completely blown into pieces. The pink Guan floated in the air in silence. The original chubby body swelled. The Golden King's aura was constantly released. Even Nian Bing, who was far away in the air, could feel the powerful feeling. "Yeah, Guan, you finally evolved to the 2nd rank. That's great." Cow was excited. "Brother Ping Chao, kill that hateful pig for me." Yu's fear was replaced by anger. She looked at Guan in the air with hatred. Ping Chao moved. His tall body rushed toward Guan in the air like a black, cold lightning. In an instant, his eyes turned completely blood red. Black nails grew on the fingertips of his right hand. The rich, dark aura was frightening. Seeing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. That was Dark Do Chi. He knew that he couldn't watch any longer. If Kitty was hurt, it would be too late to regret. Guan and Ping Chao collided. In the ear-piercing pig's cry, Guan, who had just evolved to the 2nd rank, was sent flying by Ping Chao before he had time to use his Beast Blood Boil skill. His fat body glided in the air like a round ball. "Cat!" With a cry of surprise, he jumped down from the cow and shouted, Then, hurry up." The fiery red fox shrunk his head obscenely. Suddenly, he raised his leg and peed on the cow's head. The originally simple and honest cow let out an angry roar, while the obscene fox had already run off to God knows where. The cow stood up on its hind legs, and a white light kept flashing under its belly, as if its milk was limitless. It madly attacked faintly in front of it in the sky. The blackly Guang star appeared in front of faintly faint, and the dark green radiance around her petite body shone brightly. Dark tentacles devour all the unknown energy. Countless black radiances interweaved in front of her, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the cows. Kitty looked down at the fox hiding behind her and said discontentedly, Then, they're getting worse. After reaching the 2nd rank, your urine has the effect of the blood drain skill. But you can't just use it on Yo-Yo's body. If he gets tired, I'll spank you and let little Stutterer ravage you. The fox blinked its eyes. Its obscene appearance seemed to be a little scared. It shook its head repeatedly, squeaked twice, and rushed up again. In the air, although Guan was sent flying by Ping Chao, his body quickly stabilized. A pair of pink wings grew out of his back. He stabilized his body and rushed towards Ping Chao again. Nian Bing had already flown over when Guan was knocked flying. He did not expect Guan to have wings to fly back. The man and the pig collided into each other coincidentally. The spell that Nian Bing had prepared to attack Ping Chao ended up exploding on Guan. It was an instant cast explosion spell that was a combination spell of ice and fire. With a loud bang, Nian Bing was sent flying high into the air by the recoil. Poor Guan, on the other hand, changed direction and crashed into the ground like a stray bullet. The dizzy Nian Bing subconsciously shouted, Damn, flying divine pig! Coincidentally, Guan's fall and direction happened to coincide with Yu, who was continuously using her dark tentacles to block the cow's attacks. With a loud bang, the dark aura was completely shattered by Guan's free fall. Yu cried out in alarm, and her delicate body was wrapped in a layer of dark green light as she flew out. Even though she reacted quickly, she was still covered in dust. "Damn pig, you dirtied Yu Yu's clothes. You're dead." Yu Yu was furious. Just as she was about to chant a powerful spell, Nian Bing and Ping Chao had already landed on the ground. Nian Bing stood in front of Kitty, shielding her. At this moment, dawn, which had pierced through the heavens and earth, was already in his hands. The golden halo on the blade was particularly eye-catching in the night. The holy aura dispersed the evil in the night. Standing in front of Kitty, Nian Bing was like a war god. The light emitted by the holy light stone covered his body in a layer of golden luster. "Who are you?" Looking at the blade in Nian Bing's hand, Ping Chao's face changed. From the exceptionally pure power of light, he felt an irresistible power. He subconsciously retreated in front of Yu Yu to block her body. Chapter 85. The fox, who had rushed out, saw someone come forward and immediately retreated. The dizzy Guan also joined Kitty's side. Only the cow, who was still spurting out urine, was blocked by Ping Chao's continuous wave of the cloak. The effect of the fox's spokesperson going berserk was really strong. "Nian Bing Gij." Kitty's voice was full of surprise. She rushed up from behind and grabbed Nian Bing's big hand. Because of excitement, Kitty's small face was flushed red. She shook Nian Bing's hand hard, as if she had forgotten that she was facing a strong enemy. Nian Bing looked at Kitty awkwardly, then immediately stared at Ping Chao and coldly said, "People from the dark, why are you attacking my friend?" Ping Chao did not answer Nian Bing's question. He stared at the holy brilliance sword in his hand. Suddenly, his whole body trembled violently and his upper body bent down. Nian Bing thought that he was going to attack, so he immediately held the long sword in his hand horizontally and quickly chanted a spell. "Yu Yu, it's the power of light. Let's leave here first." The golden light on the holy brilliance sword gave Ping Chao an unfathomable feeling. Although he was not afraid, he had to take Yu Yu into consideration. Yu Yu's angry eyes stared at the piglet Guan, and her hands constantly patted the dust on her body. For her, who was obsessed with cleanliness, Guan's behavior was unforgivable. Ping Chao suddenly made sharp cry. Fine short hair grew on his body, and the fangs under his lips became more prominent. His red eyes were full of a strange feeling. Suddenly, his bent body shook violently, and two huge wings appeared as a cloak. Seeing this strange scene, Nian Bing could not help but be stunned for a moment. There was a short pause in the incantation in his mouth. Taking advantage of this moment, the black fog suddenly expanded. Ping Chao's body retreated like lightning. In the illusion, Yu Yu had already arrived on his back. The huge wings suddenly flapped, and countless black air currents shot towards Nian Bing like wind blades. Nian Bing's incantation was also completed at this moment. Just like how Ping Chao was afraid of harming Yu Yu, he was also afraid of harming Kitty. He didn't want to be meritorious, but he wanted to avoid making any mistakes. The golden radiance with a holy aura suddenly flourished. The post-radiance saber brought up a golden barrier of light. When the black airflow came into contact with the holy golden light, it immediately disappeared without a trace. It didn't even produce much impact. Light was the nemesis of darkness, and this was especially evident on the holy radiance blade that had once been used by the sacred teacher. The dark air current disappeared along with the golden light. When Nian Bing and Mao looked again, Ping Chao had already turned into a black dot in the night sky with Yu Yu. Yu Yu's hateful voice clearly traveled into their ears. "Little pig, just you wait. I won't let you get away with dirtying my clothes. I will definitely make you regret being a pig in this world." Guan suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously shivered and hid behind the cow. His intuition told him that Yu Yu's words weren't as simple as a threat. At this time, the cow had already stopped spraying milk. It seemed to have used up a lot of energy. Hot air was constantly coming out of its nose, and a pair of angry cow eyes were firmly fixed on Fox not far away. Nian Bing didn't chase. In his opinion, the people of the underworld didn't have any direct connection or threat to him. As long as they didn't harm his fundamental interests, why should he be an enemy? He already had enough troubles. He turned to look at Kitty and was just about to ask a few words of concern. Kitty suddenly jumped, and Yin Bing's neck tightened. Kitty had already hugged him. Kitty was much shorter than Yin Bing, and with this hug, she was hanging on to Yin Bing. Big brother Yin Bing, I missed you so much. It's so good to finally see you again. Yin Bing awkwardly hugged Kitty's waist. Although Kitty was only about 16 years old, the fragrance of a young girl on her body made the hot-blooded Yin Bing panic. Kitty, don't be like this. Come down first. Your little pets are still watching. No, I won't come down. I want you to hug me. Big brother Yin Bing, don't you treat me as a little sister? Kitty insisted on clinging to him and didn't want to let go no matter what. Hearing the word little sister, Yin Bing's heart calmed down. That's right. Didn't he always treat Kitty as a little sister? How dare he let his imagination run wild just now? He really deserved a beating. No longer feeling awkward, he hugged the cat's delicate body and smiled. Say, how could that be? In brother Yin Bing's heart, you're the cutest little sister. Kitty, what happened just now? Why did those two people attack you? Kitty pouted angrily and said, who knows why they did that? That Yu called herself a little witch. She's so annoying. I was just about to go to sleep when she attacked me. Fortunately, my spiritual magic senses are very sensitive, so they didn't succeed in their sneak attack. Just now, the way they left was so strange. That big guy seemed to have turned into a beast. Yin Bing thought for a moment and said, are you sure that it was a beast? How can a person turn into a beast? Does that guy have a non-human bloodline? Kitty let go of Yin Bing's hand and let him hold her. She shook her head and said, I don't know, but I can feel that the moment they left, that person released the aura of a beast. Yin Bing put Kitty down and said, put away your precious pets first. It's not good to let others see them. Oh, by the way, Kitty, you didn't run out alone again, did you? Kitty giggled and waved her hands to put away the piglet, fox, and cow. She said, no, I'm the most obedient. This time I came out with Daddy. Hearing that Hillard was also there, Yin Bing couldn't help but feel nervous. He still clearly remembered Hillard's warning to him last time. That unfathomable dragon summoner was extraordinarily powerful. However, such an obvious dark aura had appeared, and the target was his daughter. Why didn't he come out to help? There was no reason for him not to feel it. Kitty saw Yin Bing's thoughts and giggled. She said, Daddy went to drink with Uncle Little Magic Snake. Uncle Little Magic Snake didn't seem to welcome me, so he didn't take me. She then told him how she came to Taru City. It turned out that when she was brought home by her father, no matter how much Hillard pressured Kitty, she just didn't cultivate her spiritual magic. She was the apple of Hillard's eye, and she had her mother to support her. Even if Hillard's magic was strong, he couldn't do anything to her. In the end, Hillard had no choice but to promise her that as long as her magic made a certain amount of progress, he would take her to play around the continent. Only then did Kitty give in and seriously learn her spiritual magic. More than half a year had passed. Her innate comprehension was good, and she had made a lot of progress in her spiritual magic and summoning magic. Coincidentally, Demon General Arclight sent them an invitation to come to Taru City to watch the Hua Long cooking challenge. In order to encourage his daughter, Hillard took her here. After listening to Kitty's words, Yin Bing couldn't help but be surprised. The powerful Hillard really had a wide circle of friends. Even a military officer like the Demon General was his friend. Kitty, have you really never seen those two people before? Think about it carefully. Although they used the power of darkness, even people in the dark wouldn't easily make a move if they didn't have a certain purpose. Kitty pouted and said, you don't believe me? I really haven't seen them before. Although that Yu looks very loathsome, but this time she has helped me out. Guan Guan has evolved to the second stage. It seems that the stimulation of the outside world is very good for their evolution. In the future, I'll have to find ways to stimulate them more. Her poor pets were in a daze in Kitty's space, and their upcoming fate was pitiful. Yin Bing's mind turned. Kitty wouldn't lie to her. But why did those two people attack her? What the hell was going on? However, from the other party's attack, it seemed that they didn't have the intention to kill Kitty. Just as he thought of this, suddenly, his spiritual power shook violently, and the huge pressure made him take a step back. His eyes instantly locked onto the darkness, not far away. The holy radiance sword in his hand was raised again, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Nianbing, why are you here? Senior, it's you. The person who came was Hillard, although his expression was very calm. But his eyes flashed with a cold light. Kitty also saw her father, but she didn't run over. She said with dissatisfaction, Dad, why did you come back so late? Kitty was bullied just now. Fortunately, Brother Nianbing saved me. Otherwise, I would have suffered a big loss. Kitty's words were naturally a bit exaggerated. Even if Nianbing didn't make a move, it wouldn't be easy for Yu and the others to hurt her with the second-order fox and piglet. Hillard walked to his daughter and said in surprise, Someone bullied you? Who is it? Kitty told what had happened before and described Yu as a terrible witch. Hillard was frightened when he heard this. He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and confirmed that Kitty didn't suffer any harm. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He hugged his daughter's shoulder and said to himself, It turned out to be a vampire. I haven't seen this kind of creature for many years. Kitty, the next time you meet them, try not to pay attention to them. They attacked my daughter when I wasn't around. It seems that these dark eyes are ready to make a move again. Kitty said in surprise, Vampire? Isn't that a bat? Dad, I want a bat as a pet. Hillard frowned and said, Vampires are a kind of pure, dark creature. They have the ability to turn into bats, but they aren't real bats. They have the blood of humans, so they can't be pets. Furthermore, dark creatures have stronger mental strength than other creatures. If something goes wrong, it will be very easy for them to backfire. Vampires are very strong and fast. If it was a prince-level vampire, I'm afraid that only Carodis would be able to deal with it. However, it is almost impossible for a prince-level vampire to exist. After all, during the Ancient War, he paused for a moment before continuing, Vampires aren't very scary. They have their own weaknesses. Every day, no matter how strong a vampire is, their combat strength will decrease a lot. Our people used to raise dark pets, and they were called dark summoners. However, raising a dark pet requires a lot of effort, especially one's own blood and soul. Although they can quickly increase their strength in a short period of time, it is impossible for them to become a truly powerful summoner. To have the protection of a vampire, that little which called you must have an extraordinary background. You have to be careful in the future and try not to leave my side. Kitty was a little unconvinced and said, Then why can that little which have a vampire as a pet? Hillard smiled and said, Silly girl, that's not a pet. It should be a servant or something. Although the dark magic that little girl used wasn't very strong, for what you said, it should be the most authentic dark magic. Her elder's abilities are probably not below mine. It's natural for her to have a vampire as a servant. Hearing this, Nianbing couldn't help but interject. They don't seem to have any hostility. They didn't really try to kill Kitty. Hillard raised his head and looked at Nianbing. It's hard to predict the situation of the dark creatures. Their thoughts are extreme, and their actions are often different from ordinary people. Why are you here? It seems like a coincidence. Nianbing was furious. She knew that Hillard was always wary of her, so she suppressed her anger and said indifferently, Senior Hillard, I came to Teru City to participate in the Hualong Culinary Challenge. When I was meditating, I discovered the dark aura and came out. Kitty has already told me what happened after that. I treat Kitty as my little sister. She was in danger, so how could I not help? It's too late. You and Kitty should go to bed. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and walked in the direction of her hotel without waiting for Hillard to ask again. Brother Nianbing, don't go, okay? Kitty anxiously called out to Nianbing. Nianbing stopped and looked back at Kitty. She smiled and said, Hurry up and go back to sleep with your father. Girls don't look pretty if they sleep too late. Brother also has to go back. Goodbye, Kitty. He quickly chanted the spell, and the blizzard carried his body high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He was full of resentment towards Hillard's wariness, but at the same time, his desire for power was strengthened. He knew very well that whoever was stronger would have more power. If his strength could reach the same height as Hillard's, Would Hillard still treat him like this? Looking at Nian Bing leaving, Hillard frowned. He thought to himself, I haven't seen him for just half a year, but this kid's strength seems to have increased a lot. The same origin of ice and fire is really extraordinary. Dad, why did you drive Nian Bing away? He saved me. Not only did you not thank him, but you were also cold to him. Nian Bing didn't offend you. Kitty's voice was full of indignation. Hillard said sternly, Kitty, you have to remember that you are a white person. We white people have our own world. It's better to have less contact with the outside world. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. The human heart is the most difficult thing to see clearly in the world. What you see is only the good side of Nian Bing, but you don't really understand him. Remember, don't contact him in the future, understand? No, I don't understand, Kitty said. Brother Nian Bing is so good to me. How could he be a bad person? He was willing to sacrifice himself to save me. Is all this fake? Dad, you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. How dare you talk to Dad like that? Hillard's face darkened. If it were another person, they would have been frightened by his strong mental pressure. However, Kitty could be said to be his nemesis. She looked at her father without giving in. I'm not wrong. Brother Nian Bing is good to me. Dad is bad. Boo-hoo. Kitty doesn't have a brother. It's not easy to find a brother, but Dad is so fierce to him. Boo-hoo, Dad is bad. When I go back, I will tell Mom that you have to sleep on the floor for a month. No, 3 months. Hillard looked at his daughter. He really couldn't do anything to her. However, at this moment, a strong murderous intent rose in his heart. He knew very well that although Kitty only regarded Nian Bing as a brother now, if she continued to be in contact with him, when Kitty gradually matured, it was difficult to say that she would not have feelings for Nian Bing. After all, Nian Bing was the best choice in terms of appearance and strength. He was born with a strong attraction to girls. No, he couldn't allow that to happen. As his heir, Kitty's future husband could only be a white man. Okay, don't cry. Dad promises you that when I see Nian Bing in the future, I will treat him better. That's okay, right? Think about it. Hillard comforted his daughter. When Kitty heard this, she immediately smiled through her tears. She hugged Hillard's arm and said, Dad is the best. Kitty will definitely be obedient. The naive girl didn't know that her pleading had brought a fatal disaster to Nian Bing. Holding his daughter's delicate body, a cold light flashed in Hillard's eyes. He looked in the direction where Nian Bing disappeared and had a plan in mind. Back in the restaurant, with strong willpower, Nian Bing quickly forgot the previous unhappiness. He didn't hold a grudge against Hillard. Hillard had already told him very clearly that the reason why he wasn't allowed to get close to Kitty was because he was a white man. After all, only Caucasians could practice summoning magic, especially dragon summoners like them who were of the same lineage. Nian Bing's heart was very open. After all, he only saw Kitty as that. Now, the only women who had a place in his heart were the pitiful Long Ling and the beautiful Tian Xiangfeng Nu. The second day of the Hualong Culinary Challenge was as lively as the first day. There were 6 semifinals today. When the last 60 semifinalists finished competing, the finalists for the last day would be announced. No commoner would want to miss this grand event that was held once in a few years. Although they couldn't eat those magical delicacies, they were very satisfied to be able to see the skills of these high-level chefs. Nian Bing stood in the middle of the round platform and the rostrum. From afar, he had already seen Kitty and Hillard on the rostrum, but he didn't greet them. He wore the bamboo hat on his head that he had bought earlier to cover his face. He had already asked, and his semifinal was the last one of all the semifinals. He was afraid that it would be held afternoon. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to observe the cooking skills of others first. After a night of meditation, his mental power had reached its peak. Today, he was close to the competition stage, so he could clearly see every movement of the chefs on the stage. Soon, Nian Bing forgot about everything around him and wholeheartedly immersed himself in appreciating the cooking skills. All the chefs who could enter the semifinals had their own things that he could learn from. Even though there were no other great culinary masters like Little Tian and Momo, the unique designs and ideas of these chefs had opened up his mind. When he learned about his own cooking skills, he instantly had many new and interesting ideas. When one was focused, time often passed the fastest. Unknowingly, the fifth semifinal had already ended. The MC on the stage announced the sixth semifinal. When he read Nian Bing's name, he woke up from his immersion in cooking and realized that it was time for him to go on stage. He didn't want to easily show off his magical cooking skills in front of so many people. Before he went on stage, he first took out the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god and put them in his pocket. Then, using the same origin of ice and fire as a foundation, he placed a seal on the two treasured swords so that they wouldn't be obvious on the surface. However, the magical aura on the swords still existed. Walking up the stage, Nian Bing walked at the back. As the last group of the semi-final, there were only 7 contestants, including him. Other than Nian Bing, the other 6 contestants were between 30 and 50 years old. They all had calm temperaments and calm expressions. With a single glance, one could tell that they were high-level chefs who had been cooking for many years. The MC led Nian Bing and the 6 chefs to their respective cooking tables. Everyone, you're the last group in the semifinals. You have to work hard if you want to catch up with your colleagues in front of you. I'm sure you have seen a lot in the past 2 days. The rules are the same. All kinds of ingredients are in the center of the round table. You can take them as you please and make the dishes that you're best at. After that, our people will bring them to the rostrum for judging. The time limit is 1 hour. Those who can't finish their dish will be deemed as having given up. The 6 chefs immediately walked to the table in the center where all kinds of materials were placed as soon as they heard the MC's announcement. The round table used for the competition was huge, and the storage table in the center took up 2/3 of the space. Hundreds of materials were neatly placed in square boxes. After the 5th group of chefs finished cooking, they had all kinds of new seasonings on the kitchen tables. It could be said that as long as it was a chef's dish, everything was ready. Nian Bing didn't choose the materials as quickly as the other chefs did. She raised her head and looked at the rostrum. Other than Kitty and Hillard, there were a few other familiar faces. Chef Na Yin was sitting at a seat at the edge of the rostrum. Momo was standing behind Na Yin and looking at her. A hint of curiosity appeared in Momo's eyes. She smiled at Nian Bing and nodded her head. Although her appearance was very ordinary, the gentle smile on her face gave people a good impression of her. Nian Bing also nodded at Momo. At that moment, her mental energy moved slightly. She looked to the side and met Little Tion's gaze. Although Little Tion didn't stand out in the crowd, his sharp gaze easily attracted the attention of someone with strong mental energy like Nian Bing. A hint of provocation appeared in Little Tion's eyes. He looked at Nian Bing and then at the kitchen table. It was as if he was saying, "Let's see what you can do." Nian Bing smiled calmly. Her gaze returned to the kitchen table. What should she do? Before coming here, under the influence of her strong self-confidence, she didn't even consider this question. She smiled, and her eyes shone brightly. She had already thought of it. Since Little Tion and Momo were holding back, she definitely couldn't reveal her strongest skills. Since that was the case, she would take a step back and use some ordinary cooking skills to enter the finals. With that thought, Nian Bing turned around and walked to the center of the rostrum to choose the material she needed. At this time, the other chefs had already started various preparations before cooking. As the Hualong Culinary Arts Competition only allowed the chefs to participate, and there were no assistants, so everything had to be done by the chefs themselves. For the chefs who were usually only responsible for the final cooking, the 1-hour time limit seemed to be a lot more tight. In the previous few competitions, some chefs couldn't finish the dishes because the dishes they cooked were too complicated. Therefore, they couldn't finish it in the end. Therefore, the chefs who were going to participate in the semi-finals had to hurry up and finish the competition as soon as possible. Nian Bing didn't wait for the rostrum to turn to the other side. After preparing the materials, she immediately started. She held the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in her hands. She raised her head to look at Little Tion before starting. The morning dew dagger and the righteous yang dagger shone with a faint red light and blue light respectively. As the light shone, it was just like when Little Tion used the 1,000 slicing hands yesterday. All the dishes on the chopping board jumped up. Nian Bing's hands created afterimages, and, as the light flickered, countless rays of light shot out. Below the rostrum, little Tion's eyes lit up. Lotus-severing silk knife technique. This lotus-severing silk knife technique was often used by Nian Bing when she was making the 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bingyan. Although it wasn't one of the 5 divine knives and most ordinary chefs could use it, it was extremely difficult to master it. Its biggest feature was that the knife had to be cut from both sides so that the materials could be completely extended. The so-called lotus-severing silk connecting naturally meant that the thinner the connection, the better. However, the materials couldn't be broken and had to have a sense of integrity. This depended on the chef's attainment and knife skills. Under the training of Garamandes, Nian Bing's physical strength was far from what it used to be. He had even mastered the #1 knife in the cooking world, the Dance of the Dragon, not to mention the lotus-severing silk knife technique, which wasn't even listed in the 5 divine knives. With his current level of spiritual power, even if he didn't observe carefully like little Tion, he could still recognize the various complicated situations in the materials. Under the perception of the various textures in the materials, he didn't need to pay attention to his technique at all. He subconsciously used his spiritual power to move his wrists and fingers, and the 2 divine knives had already displayed the effects they should have. At this time, even a trace of excessive fluctuation could bring about extreme changes. However, Nian Bing's hands holding the knives were so stable. From the outside, his knife technique was far less beautiful than little Tion's 1,000 slicing hands yesterday. However, in the eyes of a cooking expert, they could faintly see that Nian Bing's 2 knives formed a field formed by the blades. In this field, all the materials changed according to his thoughts. The knife light disappeared, and Nian Bing casually waved his hand. With a flicker of light, a few materials floated on top of the steamer. He simply took a few spices and evenly sprinkled them on the materials he had accumulated. Then, he closed the lid and directly steamed it over the fire. His movements were extremely fast, and the people below couldn't see it clearly. However, little Tion saw it, and so did the spirit chefs Nian and Momo. The materials Nian Bing prepared were very simple: 4 green peppers and 5 different types of meat. The people didn't notice, but these cooking experts couldn't. When the 4 green peppers were placed on the steamer, the 5 types of meat that were swept into the air together with the green peppers disappeared at the same time. Although each piece of meat wasn't much, what did this sudden disappearance mean? The spices Nian Bing put in were very simple. It was nothing more than a chef's usual salt and cooking wine. However, when Nian Bing put in the spices, no one saw what he did. Nian Bing put away his dual knives and looked at the chopping board. There were only a few green pepper seeds left on the chopping board. These were the seeds that had fallen when he used his knife technique. He revealed a knowing smile and muttered to himself, "I haven't used it like this in a long time. It seems like my knife technique and senses haven't deteriorated, and my speed is much faster than before. Master, can you see it?" Nian Bing didn't care about the steamer and leisurely watched the chefs cook. When the other chefs began to cook, he had already started the steamer. A faint aroma wafted out. Nian Bing took out his righteous Yang saber again. The saber flashed 4 times, and 4 green peppers appeared steadily on the small plate. He didn't decorate it too much. He directly signaled to the MC that his dish was complete. Although his cooking process was not the fastest, it only took him half the time. The master of the ceremony came to Nian Bing's side in shock. After seeing little Tion and Momo's cooking skills, he didn't dare to look down on any young chefs. However, when he saw the 4 green peppers on the plate in front of Nian Bing, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Nian Bing doubtfully and asked, "Are you really going to use these 4 steamed green peppers for your semi-final dish?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Are you doubting how I entered the semi-final from the preliminary round?" The master of the ceremony's face turned red. "No, as long as a chef can enter the semi-final, they naturally have a certain level of ability. Our Hualong cooking competition has always been known for its fairness and princess." Chapter 86. Nian Bing said indifferently, "It's true that I didn't pass the preliminary round. I entered the semi-finals with special permission. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused an uproar among the audience. Countless doubtful gazes shot towards the rostrum. The MC's expression changed greatly. Of course, he knew how bad Nian Bing's words would be. He looked up at Fatso Hua on the rostrum, whose expression had changed greatly. Just as he didn't know how to deal with it, Nian Bing opened his mouth again. This time, he was facing the hundreds of thousands of audience. Everyone, don't question the fairness of the competition. Do you want to know why I didn't participate in the preliminary round? It's because it's meaningless to me. I only have one purpose in participating in this competition, and that is to become the champion. Everyone can continue watching. It won't take long. Everything will be revealed tomorrow. After saying that, he glanced at little Tian, whose expression was not good. He raised his head and walked off the stage proudly. The audience was silent for a moment. Then, they pointed at Nian Bing's 4 green peppers and burst into laughter. Obviously, they thought that Nian Bing was bragging. After all, from the beginning of the semifinals until now, no chef's dish was so ugly. Walking off the stage and putting on his bamboo hat, Nian Bing quickly blended into the crowd. After all, there were too many people. At first, some people still noticed him, but soon, he was drowned out by the crowd. Nian Bing lowered his head and kept thinking, "What's wrong with me today? I'm not used to being too high profile. Why did I say something like that today?" The last group of semifinals ended very quickly. As Nian Bing was the first to finish, his 4 green peppers were naturally the first to go up to the judging panel. The judges at the judging panel looked at the 4 dark green peppers. Only 2 of them did not look at them with disdain. One of them was the dragon summoner Hillard, who was specially invited to be a judge for this competition. The other was the immortal chef god, Nian. Hillard could remain calm. It was because he had seen Nian Bing's cooking skills. Nian was the only one among the judges who could barely see what Nian Bing had cooked. Hua Fatso glanced at the demon general arc light beside him and said in a low voice, "I think there's no need to taste this dish. It's such an ugly dish. Just based on its color, meaning, and shape, it's not enough to enter the finals." Just now, that chef said that it didn't pass the preliminary round. Is that true? Elderling, you are the person in charge of the preliminary round. Nian smiled indifferently and said, "That's right. I allowed this person to not participate in the preliminary round." Just as he said, the preliminary round has no purpose for him. Perhaps, I'm the only one who believes that he will become the champion of this year's Hualong culinary competition. Who said that? I also think that Brother Nian Bing can win this competition. Kitty, who was sitting next to Hillard, immediately interjected when she heard Nian's words. Demon Commander Arclight looked at Hillard in surprise and said, "Did you bring that person here? Old she?" Hillard shook his head and said, "No, my daughter, and I have only met him a few times. His cooking skills are indeed very good. I think that these 4 green peppers aren't as simple as they look on the surface." Nian smiled and glanced at Hua Fatso. Fatso, you've been immersed in cooking for so many years, but you can't even see this. Culinary works are generally judged based on color, fragrance, taste, meaning, and shape. You said that his dish doesn't have the advantages of color, meaning, and shape because you don't know what he did with it. Hua Fatso was stunned for a moment and carefully looked at the green peppers in front of him. Previously, he didn't pay attention to Nian Bing's appearance when she was cooking, so he really didn't know what Nian Bing did with the green peppers. He looked at Nian in confusion and said, "Elderling, you know that although I like cooking, my talent in this area isn't that great. Don't keep me in suspense. What's so special about these 4 green peppers? Could it be that these 4 green peppers can compare to Miss Momo's cooking skills?" Nian chuckled and said, "Then are you willing to make a bet with me? I'll bet that that brat Nian Bing will become the champion. If you lose, you'll give me 2 jars of your precious 100-year-old wine. If he doesn't become the champion, I won't ask for any compensation from you in the future. How about it? That's fair, right?" Hua Fatso looked at Nian in shock. It had to be known that Nian's salary was astronomical. Although the 2 jars of 100-year-old wine weren't cheap, it couldn't compare to his salary. However, as a businessman, he wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He chuckled and said, "There's no need for a bet. If you want to drink wine, I'll give you 2 jars. Hurry up and tell me, what's so special about these green peppers?" Nayan turned his head and nodded at Momo. Momo took out a pair of very thin silver chopsticks and handed it to him. Nayan glanced at the judges and smiled. "Look carefully." As he spoke, he used the silver chopsticks to reach for the green peppers. Unexpectedly, the chopsticks weren't obstructed by the green peppers and went straight in. He gently picked it up and slowly raised the chopsticks. At that moment, everyone saw a strange scene. Under Nayan's chopsticks, a circle of thin filaments came out from the green peppers. It wasn't a single filament, but rather a combination of 6 filaments. Although the difference between the other 5 filaments wasn't obvious, it could still be seen from the surface. The 6 filaments were evenly arranged. Nayan stood up and raised his chopsticks even higher. The filaments didn't show any signs of breaking. The whole green peppers became smaller and smaller, but the filaments grew longer and longer. Other than Nayan, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They couldn't believe that this was real. The green peppers didn't have any special features on the surface, but there was actually such a mystery hidden within. Nayan said indifferently, "Now, do you still think that this dish doesn't have any special features in terms of color, meaning, and shape?" Among the older chefs, we all know that this dish is called 6-filament spiral pepper. However, the number of people who have actually seen it is pitifully few. Generally speaking, this dish isn't used to eat, but to train one's knife skills. You all should know about the lotus-cutting silk knife skill. This 6-filament spiral pepper is the result of practicing the lotus-cutting silk knife skill to the extreme. I know that I can do it too, but I might not be able to do it as easily as that young man. Although this green pepper looks like a hole, it's actually made up of extremely thin green pepper filaments. The 5 filaments are lamb, pork, beef, horse, and donkey. The 5 filaments and the green pepper filaments are glued together through the stickiness of the meat filaments. During the process of eating, there isn't a single bit scattered. The flavor of the dish is also because the 5 filaments and the green pepper filaments are perfectly merged together during the steaming process. That's why it's so unique. Even if this dish doesn't have any special features in terms of color, meaning, or shape, just the taste alone is enough to make up for it. Judging from that young man's calm and fast movements, his attainments and knife skills are definitely the most exquisite in this cooking competition. Now, you should understand why I gave him a bye in the preliminary round, right? For a chef like this, he definitely has the ability to directly participate in the finals. All right, let's have a taste. Looking at the astonishment in the eyes of the judges, Nayan secretly said in his heart, old friend, I didn't expect you to have taught such an outstanding disciple. I'm really envious. I hope that the ghost chef skills can once again appear in this world." Hua Fatso was rejoicing in his heart, rejoicing that he didn't make a bet with Nayan. Looking at the magical 6-filaments spiral pepper in front of him, he really couldn't believe that this was made using only knife skills. The judges didn't say anything more. They all moved their chopsticks, each picking up some 6-filament spiral pepper and putting into their mouths. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Just as Nayan said, just based on the taste alone, this dish was enough to enter the finals. Among the crowd, the one who was the most astonished was Nayan. As one of the most outstanding culinary talents in the culinary world, Nian Bing's 6 shredded spiral peppers had given him a huge shock. Compared to the 6 shredded spiral peppers of the past, Nian Bing's 6 shredded spiral peppers was much more varied in taste. However, Nayan couldn't tell where those additional variations came from. After all, a spirit chef was a spirit chef. After a short moment of thought, he immediately remembered the 2 knives in Nian Bing's hands. He naturally recognized the righteous yang knife. As for the morning dew knife, although it didn't look conspicuous on the surface, its simple design also left a deep impression on him. Nayan immediately realized that the changes in the 6-filament spiral pepper must have something to do with the 2 knives. Very quickly, the results of the semifinals were announced. Little Tian, Momo, and Nian Bing had all entered the finals. In order to dispel the doubts of the audience, Fatso instructed the master of ceremonies to display a complete 6-filament spiral pepper in front of the audience. Only then did the audience accept the fact that Nian Bing had entered the finals. Little Tian had been watching from below the stage. He had been cultivating his culinary arts for many years, so he naturally knew about the famous 6-filament spiral pepper. After hearing the master of ceremonies' explanation, his eyes shone brightly and his fighting spirit rose to an unprecedented level. Nian Bing, it seems that I still underestimated you. However, the champion of this competition can only be me. Even if I use all of my abilities, I definitely won't lose to you. Nian Bing walked out from the crowd and headed towards the hotel. If it weren't for the presence of the spirit chef Na Yin today, he definitely wouldn't have chosen the 6-filament spiral pepper. After all, without a lot of experience, it would be very difficult for a normal chef to distinguish the secret behind the dish. At this moment, his mood had calmed down a lot. He didn't stroll around Taru City and directly return to the hotel. After eating something, he once again entered meditation. On a certain mountain in the Longmu Empire, clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Gusts of wind blew past, bringing along snowflakes. Due to the high altitude, this place was already a white world. Even those with extremely powerful martial skills would find it very difficult to climb up this mountain range. Only some plants that were extremely resistant to cold could grow here, bringing some vitality to the snowy peaks. Suddenly, the originally clear sky darkened. A dragon's roar rang out from the distance. A huge white dragon drilled out from the clouds and circled around in the air. It brought with it an intense white light that completely enveloped its huge body. Suddenly, the light disappeared, and a handsome man covered in white clothes appeared on the highest snowy peak. He looked at his clothes with satisfaction and said to himself in an intoxicated manner, "The more I look at the human body, the more comfortable it feels. It's much more flexible than a dragon body. Not bad. Caudillus, you're intoxicated by yourself again." The loud and clear voice shook the snowy peak, as if an avalanche could happen at any time. A mass of cyan light fell on the peak like a meteor. Beside the white-clothed Caudillus, a young man in cyan clothes suddenly appeared. He looked more handsome than Caudillus. His whole body emitted a faint aura. "Caradyrus, is this how you talk to your brother? Recently, you've been hanging out with those white summoners. You're getting more and more talkative." The cyan-clothed man was the wind dragon Caradyrus. Caradyrus smiled faintly and said, "Brother, we haven't seen each other in hundreds of years, so you still remember that I'm your brother. But who is it that stole my high-quality silver crystal?" Caudillus' eyes revealed a trace of awkwardness. This can't be blamed on me. You're the Wind Dragon King. Why would you want a high-quality spatial gem? That thing is only useful to me. You know that we dragons love gems of our element the most, especially high-quality ones. Caradyrus reached out his hand unhappily and said, "Now you can return it to me. No matter what, I found that thing. Or you can give me something of equivalent value in exchange." Caudillus' eyes flashed with anger. "Don't mention it. I wanted to return it to you, but it was stolen less than a year after I got it. Damn, just thinking about it makes me depressed." Caradyrus said with some disdain, "We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and you've even learned how to swear. However, your lies are too fake. Who could steal a gem from your space dragon king?" Caudillus pointed his right middle finger at the sky and said, "Although I took your silver crystal, I, Caudillus, disdain to lie. Damn, it's all because of that bastard Garamandes. Other than him, who else would have the guts to steal from me? You also know that Garamandes' strength is the most despicable among the 7 dragon kings. It's impossible to guard against him. Humph, I reckon he'll be here soon. When the time comes, we brothers will attack together. I'm not afraid that he won't submit. You can take back the silver crystal, but I want to vent my anger on that bastard Garamandes." Caradyrus looked at Caudillus' hand gesture and couldn't help but frown. He took a step back and said, "Can't you be a bit more civilized? You're really throwing away the face of us dragons." At this time, a mocking voice suddenly sounded, "Oh, Carlo, your brother has always been like this. Having such a brother, I really feel sorry for you. A red light flashed, and a figure appeared in the air, floating slowly towards the snowy peak. It was the fire dragon king Garamandes that Count Dillis hated so much that his teeth itched. Garamandes, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. A silver light flashed, and Count Dillis' body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Garamandes and suddenly punched toward his chest. In the instant that Count Dillis' human fist punched out, a silver hexagram suddenly shone brightly. The silver light enveloped Garamandes from all directions. Garamandes chuckled. In an instant, his entire body emitted a layer of fiery red aura. The red light instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 gri. The huge silver hexagram immediately disappeared, and the heat brought by the red light immediately melted the originally towering snowy peak into water. The height of the entire snowy peak rapidly decreased. The Wind Dragon King Caradiris cursed angrily. He hurriedly rode the wind and circled in the air. Only then did he not get caught in the crossfire. Garamandes was still floating there, while Caudillis was 100 meters away. He was panting slightly, and his expression had changed a bit. Garamandes chuckled and said, "Cow, I admit that I can't compare to you in terms of running away. However, in terms of combat strength, you are far inferior. If you want to fight me, you'll have to go back and train for a few thousand years. Your sealing technique is ineffective against me." The Space Dragon King Count Dillis angrily said, "Damn it. Garamandes, you freak. You've been holed up all these years. Have you been training every day?" Garamandes proudly said, "For someone as great as me, even if I don't train for a day, I can easily beat you. Cow, I advise you to save your strength. Wait until I inherit the position of the Dragon God. Maybe I'll treat you better." Ha ha. His smug look made Caudillis very unhappy, but he also knew that he was no match for him. He could only retaliate with an angry look. Tui, tui, tui. You want to inherit the position of the Dragon God? Only I have that possibility. Don't think that it's enough just because your attack power is strong. If you want to become the successor of the Dragon God, wisdom is more important. In this aspect, you've always been the worst. Caudillis looked at Garamandes disdainfully, but he did not attack again. Caradiris floated to the same height, looked at Garamandes, and said, "Old Garamandes, my brother said that you took the silver crystal. Is that true?" Garamandes very naturally said, "Yes, I did take it. That day, I accidentally saw your brother proudly flying off to God knows where. I secretly followed him and heard him say something about how that idiot Caro could find such a good quality silver crystal. This time, it's my lucky day. With this silver crystal, my magic power will definitely increase by a lot. In the future, the 7 Dragon Kings will definitely respect me." He imitated Caudillis very well. Hearing this, Caudillis roared angrily and charged towards Garamandes again. The red flames instantly turned purple, and Garamandes' draconic aura suddenly increased, forcing Caudillis to retreat. Although Caudillis, as the Space Dragon King, had a deep understanding of space, his magic power was indeed much weaker than Garamandes at their level. Although technique was still important, absolute power was the foundation. Garamandes did not give Caudillis a chance to use any techniques. Relying on pure energy attacks, Caudillis naturally could not do anything to him. Caro, you saw it too. I didn't lie. What I hate the most is your brother's self-satisfied look, so I stole the silver crystal. At that time, he chased me for tens of thousands of miles, wanting to snatch it back. Unfortunately, although I was not as good as him in technique, it was not easy for him to hurt me with his strength. In the end, he could only give up dejectedly. Caradiris glared at his brother and said angrily, "I even called you brother. You're becoming more and more obscene, just like Kitty summoned Fox. Garamandes, I don't care what happened back then. Give me back the silver crystal. As for the matter between you and my brother, I can't be bothered. You can fight however you want." Garamandes spread out his hands and said, "Caro, it's not that I don't want to give it back to you, but later on, I used your silver crystal to make a blade and gave it to a human. I can't give it back to you even if I want to." Caradiris said angrily, "Garamandes, don't tell me you want to covet my treasure. Others don't know where your earth dragon's nest is, but I know very well. Be careful, or I'll steal your treasures. Garamandy's expression didn't change as he said, I'm telling the truth. You also know that although I have a little problem, I, the great fire dragon king Garamandy's, never lie. Besides, I don't need to lie to you. That silver crystal is useless to me, so I really gave it away. If you really want it, you can ask that human for it yourself. Count Dillis rolled his eyes and said, Little brother, I'm not the kind of person to pick a fight, but if others take my things, I can't stand it. Garamandy's made a disdainful gesture at Cow Dillis. If you're not a F** king troublemaker, then I'm a gentleman. Cow, if you're not convinced, then let's fight. Oh, you're all here. It seems that the two of us are a bit late. The two of them, one gold and one black, were really a bit late. Two balls of light, one gold and one black, rapidly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the three dragon kings. With a flash of light, the two figures of Garamandy's quickly shrank. A man and a woman stopped beside the three of them. Their position just happened to separate Garamandy's from Cow and Dillis. The golden-clothed woman was very tall. Her slender and plump figure could definitely be regarded as a peerless beauty of the human race. Her long golden hair draped over her back. Her whole body was filled with a holy aura. Under the faint golden luster, she was as moving as a goddess descending to the mortal world. His right thumb and index finger kept moving in front of him, emitting beautiful golden flowers. The black-clothed man looked extremely cold on the surface. Standing beside the golden-clothed woman, he didn't utter a word. His somewhat pale face looked very grave and stern. However, whether it was Carlo, Cow, or the arrogant Garamandy's, their gazes were fixed on his handsome yet pale face. The previous quarrel immediately stopped. The golden-haired beauty smiled sweetly and said, Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you quarreling very loudly just now? Continue. Continue. Cow Dillis laughed mischievously and said, Demand Teddy, don't make fun of us. You also know that we were just messing around. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Boss Kagarosis, you look pretty good. The black-clothed, black-haired Kagarosis's eyes flashed coldly, and he spat out two words, nonsense. Cow Dillis seemed to have a strong fear of Kagarosis and didn't say anything else. He laughed dryly and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Garamandy's appeared very calm. He smiled and said, Kagioxis, both of you are here. How come Bing Bing and the Dark Dragon King are husband and wife? This is practically unimaginable. Demand Teddy said with a smile. Garamandy's, it looks like your strength has improved quite a bit these years. Kagarosis's mood hasn't been very good recently. If you want to fight, you can exchange pointers with him. I won't interfere. Garamandy snorted and said, Don't make sarcastic remarks. Who doesn't know that you, the eldest miss, are always protecting her own? Kagarosis is your husband. Not to mention that I can't beat him. Even if I beat him, would you let it go? Sometimes I really don't understand who is the light and who is the darkness between the two of you. Cow Dillis laughed mischievously and said, Demand Teddy, I'm not the kind of person to pick a fight. However, if I were you, I wouldn't do it. Shut up. Kagarosis shouted impatiently. Cow Dillis' body shook, and he immediately closed his mouth with an apologetic smile. Demand Teddy giggled and said, Garamandy's, your courage seems to be a lot smaller than before. Didn't you always want to challenge Kagarosis in the past? Why are you shrinking back now? Don't worry. I don't have the ability to help him now. Our baby is about to be born. I don't want to affect the fetus. As she said that, she looked at her flat belly with a blush. Her current appearance was completely an illusion and not her original body, so there were no signs of pregnancy. Kagarosis's cold and arrogant face revealed a rare touch of gentleness. He looked up at Garamandy's and said, Are you interested? Garamandy's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He shook his head and said, Not interested. Congratulations. This time, we didn't gather together to fight. Let's wait for Bing Bing and Fatso to come and discuss proper business. Demand Teddy looked deeply at Garamandy's and said with a smile, they won't be coming. I received a message from them. Bing Bing has recently completed the last transformation and is about to completely transform into the Dragon King form. Fatso said that he is going into seclusion, so he won't be coming either. Seclusion? That damn Fatso will be in seclusion. His dragon belly is so fat that he can't fly. I think he must have gone to the beach to eat. Demand Teddy, we should think of a way to help him lose weight. Caudillis said in a strange tone. Garamandes nodded and said, Caudillis is right. Among the 7 of us, Fatso loves to eat more than me. That guy doesn't have any taste when it comes to eating. He only knows how to win with quantity. Demand Teddy looked at Garamandes with some surprise and said, So you're saying that you have a good taste when it comes to eating? I remember that when you ate with Fatso, you didn't look much better than him. Garamandes snorted and said, It's different now. I specially hired the best chef. Eating is an art. Eating the best delicacy, even if it's just a bite, is much better than eating hundreds of pounds of ordinary food. Delicacies need to be tasted. Dark Dragon King Kagarosis looked at Garamandes with some surprise and said, That makes sense. Demand Teddy looked at Garamandes with surprise. Professional chef? Garamandes, you didn't forget the Dragon God's instructions, right? We can't harass humans. Garamandes snorted and said, That human was willing to cook for me. Besides, I also gave him a reward. Wind Dragon King Karadiris, who had been silent all this time, said with dissatisfaction, Don't tell me, it's my silver crystal. Garamandes laughed and said, I don't have any use for that thing, so I gave it to him. If you want it, you can go by yourself. You, Dark Dragon King Kagarosis's eyes shone with cold light and said coldly, Let's talk business. Demand Teddy said, Yes, let's talk business. You can deal with your private matters when the time comes. Hearing the strongest duo of the 7 Dragon Kings speak, Garamandes and the other 3 dragons' expressions became serious. Space Dragon King Caudillis was the first to lower his head and said, I lost my sealing bottle of Mordos. Dark Dragon King Kagarosis said calmly, It happened. Space Dragon King Caudillis looked at the other 4 Dragon Kings and stammered, I saw a beautiful girl last time. She also had a good impression of me. Then we lived a happy life together. But not long after, I found that she suddenly disappeared. The sealing bottle of Mordos that I kept also disappeared. You can't blame me for this. How would I know that she was a spy? Demand Teddy frowned. You trash. You still can't change your lecherous habits. Although Caudillis said it simply, the other 4 Dragon King all knew that things were not that simple. Garamandes couldn't help but say, I'm afraid she didn't steal it. With your lecherous nature, you might have even given it away. Space Dragon King Caudillis chuckled and said, She said that the bottle was very beautiful and unique, so you should die. The black light suddenly shone brightly. Even Kagarosis, who was the best at dodging, had no chance to escape. There was a shocking explosion in the air. His human body was instantly beaten back to its original form. He suddenly rushed away and let out a miserable dragon roar. Dark Dragon King Kagarosis looked at Space Dragon King Caudillis and smiled. My hands have been itching recently. Caxiang, after this matter is over, please come to my house and Diamond's house as a guest for a while. Caudillis, who had just flown back, screamed, Boss Sith, no. I know I was wrong.